I'm making this announcement in compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act, being Chapter 231, Public Law, 1975 laws of the state of New Jersey. The Planning Board Secretary has prepared a schedule of the meeting of the Planning Board of the Borough of Kenilworth for the year 2023 and has posted a true copy of this schedule on the bulletin board located at the front entrance of Borough Hall, and has mailed true copies of this schedule to the local source in Star Ledger, and is maintaining a copy of the schedule in Borough Hall. Accordingly, the notice of requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act have been satisfied in regards to this meeting. Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. You to move over there? Yeah, I do. And maybe we can put somebody else here. Larry, why don't you come on up here? Roll call, please.
Mr. Paterno?
Here.
Mr. Morrow?
Here.
Mr. David?
Here.
Mr. Demondo?
Here.
Mr. Clementi? Here. Mr. Maggio?
Here.
Mr. Ladowdy?
Here.
Mr. Colella? Here. Mr. Scuderi?
Here.
And Mr. DeLuca?
Here. Just give me a second for a little housekeeping, okay? Do we have any communications?
No, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, we have a resolution, application number 6-22-23001 for 351 Monroe Avenue. Correct, Mr. Rego?
That's correct.
Okay, we also have some of the board members here did not actually see the renderings as of yet. We did get them in an email. Some of us got them, some of us did not. Chris, did you see these renderings?
Yes.
Okay. How about you, Ed? Did you get a chance to look at them?
No, I didn't receive them.
Okay. How about the other board members? Did all the board members and our council liaison get to see them? Okay. Wanda, can you bring up those drawings, please?
Do I put them on here?
Yes, I think. Yeah. While Wanda is bringing those up, maybe that's kind of far away, Wanda. So we need all the board members.
Want me to help you on?
Sure, thank you.
Did you just say help me, Wanda? Did you say it twice? We can make it easel for you. I'm on a camera sheet. Boom. So while we're setting the stage, Mr. Rego will bring us up to speed on what we're doing right now. It shouldn't take us long.
Back in at the April 23rd meeting, the board considered and granted an application for preliminary and final site plan approval with variances. From property to property.
Marco, can you hear him okay? Can we hear him okay? Do you want to have in front of you? I'm going to ask everyone when they come up to the microphone to please speak up clearly. Please shut your phones, because when Kathy has to play this back and transcribe, we can't hear a lot of times, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, this property was at the corner of Monroe Avenue and North 12th Street. Basically, the applicant, who has 3 existing masonry buildings on site, wanted to remove one, in its place construct a new industrial warehouse building, approximately 5,500 square feet in size, for storage of equipment, vehicles. They were doing a number of other things to the property in terms of paving, striping, parking, seed pitch pits, and the rest. The board approved the application. One of the conditions was that the applicant provide to the board revised architectural renderings to be voted on or to be looked at and reviewed prior to or memorializing the resolution. I guess there was a sense that the previous or the original renderings didn't have enough pizzazz to it. So this apparently is what the applicant has come back with for the board to review, nothing formal. Review it. If you like it, then in my view, they've satisfied that condition. If not, then we punt for tonight.
Talk about me. So one of the important things to take a look at is when the first plan came in, it was just a big rectangular box with no detail and no coloring, and there was no delineation between the different floors. And right now, they have some nice bands around there, they have a nice coping around the top, and to me, it looks like they did what the board asked them to do. The board members have any input on this resolution and the pictures and the things that you're seeing here? So David?
I'm satisfied.
Okay.
That looks great.
Okay. It looks 100 times better. Okay, with that being said, do you want to go through the resolution, or the resolution that you just...
I provided the board with the resolution, that's what it's about. Normally, someone makes a motion in a second, and we move on. But that condition appears to have been satisfied to the board's...
Okay, so now we're in, the applicant is somewhat in compliance with what we asked, right? Mr. David?
Yes.
But just said something like you know.
Yes, board member, I don't make two motions.
So does any of the board members would like to make a motion here on approving? Okay, a motion is made by Mr. Demondo,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Ladati, is that?
Yep, I'm behind it.
Are you behind? You're behind the building. It's hard. They didn't provide the proper light for the building. Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Paterno?
Yes.
Mr. Mora?
Yes.
Mr. David?
Yes.
Mr. Clementi?
Yes.
Mr. Mazzio?
Yes.
Mr. Ladari?
Yes.
Mr. Colella?
Yes.
Mr. Scuderi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
And Mr. Devon?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Nice job, Mr. Grimaldi. Okay. Next up is application 23002, Angelo Steakhouse. I would ask the attorney for the steakhouse to come on up first.
Are we good on notice and publication, Kevin?
Yes.
We're good? Thank you.
Would you like to get all his people sworn in at one time? This is going to go.
What I want to do first, our normal procedure, I want to swear in Christian and Ed, our engineer and planner for this evening. Gentlemen, with regard to these applications tonight, do you swear any testimony you offer shall be the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Sure. Good evening, Chairman, board members. Joe Papero from Porzio, Bromberg & Newman on behalf of Angelo's Restaurant and Steakhouse, LLC. This is an application for preliminary and final site plan and variance approvals for the existing restaurant located at 104 North 10th Street. That's block 60, lot 3 on the borough's tax map. As noted, we are here for site plan approval to allow for an addition to be constructed to the restaurant. There are some interior renovations also proposed as part of this application. The site is located in your industrial zone. The restaurant use is a permitted use, so we are a permitted use according to the Borough of Kenilworth's land use ordinance. There are some variances which were highlighted by your planner. We are in receipt of the planning and engineering reports, and we'll address those this evening. There are some existing nonconformities affecting this property. We'll hear more about those from our witnesses this evening. There is a parking variance that is triggered by the addition, as well as the lower level renovations and the addition of more seats for the restaurant. Our planner will address the parking variance during his testimony. For witnesses this evening, I'd like to begin the presentation, Chairman, with the owner and operator of the restaurant, Angelo Gencarelli. Angelo will provide an overview of the day-to-day operations at the restaurant and the reason for the proposed addition and expansion. After Angelo's testimony, we do have some professionals. We have the project engineer who designed the plans that you're considering this evening, our civil engineer, and finally, we would conclude with our professional planner to address essentially the parking variance, which we consider to be, if there's any substantial variance, it would be the parking variance. Again, the vast majority of the relief is associated with the existing non-conformity. So we do have a planner to speak to the parking variance at the end of our presentation.
So you told with 4 witnesses tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
So I would just like to interject real quick, and I should have done this earlier. I'd just like everyone out here to know that our planning board has a time regulation on how long we can stay here to hear these applications, and our time limit is 11 o'clock tonight. So our next application, depending upon how long this takes, please be aware that our time limit is 11 o'clock. So it may or may not have to carry. So that's something that this board has put into play. Just want everybody to know that.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Papano.
much. Thank you very much. And we'll try to keep our presentation as brief as possible.
Maybe you should.
In light of the public and the other applications. So I'd like to call Angelo Gencarelli as the first witness.
Okay. Swear.
Yep.
Get a Bible.
If you could raise your right hand, please, and then, okay, the microphone's there. With regard to this application, do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Could you spell your name, your first name, and your last name, please?
Gencarelli.
Okay.
Gencarelli.
G-E-N-C, what? Keep going. How's your English?
Gencarelli, correct? Angelo?
Yes, Gencarelli, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Angelo, for the board and the public, can you explain your position with the applicant? You're the operator of the restaurant, is that correct?
Yes.
You're also the owner of this property, correct?
Yeah, yes.
How long has the restaurant been in operation?
Like a year and a half.
And we do have other witnesses, we'll go into the technical aspects, but for the benefit of the board and the public, it's my understanding that you're proposing an addition to the restaurant for ADA accessibility to a lower level, correct?
Yes.
And that accessibility is required because you're proposing to renovate the lower level of the restaurant?
Yes.
And that renovation includes a separate kitchen and additional tables?
Yes.
There is also associated bar with the lower level?
Yes.
Angelo, my understanding from discussing this application with you and the reason for the renovations, currently when you have a larger party at the restaurant, that disrupts your a la carte tables, is that correct?
Yes.
This lower level space would provide you with an opportunity to accommodate a larger party while keeping the upstairs restaurant in business?
Yes.
Your hours of operation currently, Monday through Friday?
Monday we close, Tuesday to Sunday we open up like 11 o'clock to 10 to the night. I shut down the kitchen.
And how many deliveries do you receive per week?
Depends like 2
Two.
to the level.
And how many staff or employees do you have currently?
I got 8 right now upstairs. And when I open up downstairs, I got another 4.
So you have 8 currently, and with this renovation you downstairs, that would increase it by additional 4?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately 12 if both
About 12,
both the
13.
restaurant and the lower level were operating at the same time?
Yes.
Angelo, you're aware that the restaurant property is currently deficient in parking according to the Borough of Kenilworth ordinance, correct?
Yes.
And by adding these additional seats in the lower level, that technically increases the parking deficiency. You're aware of that?
Yes.
In order to mitigate and to address that parking deficiency, you've had discussions with the owner of the property directly behind the restaurant on 101 North 8th Street, correct?
Yes.
And you secured with a written agreement the ability to use that parking on his off hours
Yes.
for overflow parking?
Yes.
You've also explored the opportunity to utilize valet here during busy times when you have a special event, correct?
Yes.
If this board were inclined to approve this application, would you agree to utilize valet during those busy times as a condition of your approval?
Yes.
Would you also keep that written agreement, that lease with your neighbor in place,
Yes.
and provide documentation and evidence of that to the board?
Yes.
And again, we have other witnesses that will go into the technical aspects of the application, but I just wanted to get your understanding and for the benefit of the board and public of why these renovations are being proposed. Okay? Chairman, I have nothing further for this witness at this time.
Okay. Excuse me?
I have a couple of things after the board asks.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Paparo at this point?
I've got a couple. With the lot behind the restaurant that you talk about, what are the hours of that business and what would you be considering the overflow hours?
Angela, do you have an idea with the neighbor packaging company, what their general hours are? You've been there for some time. Have you observed what their hours are?
Yes, like from 4 o'clock to close to when I close to the restaurant, I can park in
So is your testament that that business is an industrial or commercial business that doesn't need that parking after hours and nighttime hours?
No, they close.
Mr. Paparo, I couldn't hear the hours. I'm sorry.
Say that again. So when would the business be closed?
4 o'clock, they close.
4 o'clock.
Yes.
And you're open till when? 11 a.m. to
11 a.m. to 10:30 p.m.
10:30?
Angela, what are your busiest hours? Are they your lunch, or are they your dinner?
Nighttime.
Nighttime. And that's when you're proposing to use the overflow parking?
Yes.
I think Mr. Morrow had a couple more questions.
Yeah, it's about the parking here. And in that lot still specifically, how many spots would you say there were that you would be accessing as overflow parking?
Sure. So you secured the right to use 25, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, last question from you guys on the parking. The valet service, is that something you're considering for every night or just certain nights?
So nights when I'm very busy, but a large group coming in, then I provide it.
So how would you be aware of when they would be needed before you have to call them, or before the night? How can I say this? How do you know valet service would be needed if a large group just arrives?
Usually they make a reservation, sir.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Mr. Mazzio?
Yeah, again, with the parking, as far as the nature of the agreement, is there a time limit on the agreement? How's that going to coincide with the
So the
Angela's
first
business? Yeah.
Angela's provided me with a copy of it, and I can represent that it's 4 years currently.
This is the lease for the parking,
Correct.
4 years. Any extensions provided for in there?
Angela, have you discussed with the owner the ability to extend it?
Yeah, yes.
What was the body of that conversation? What did he say? In other words, you have a 4-year lease now, Angelo. What did he say? He would renew that?
Yes, sir. You're gonna run over bridge. Another 4 or 5 years, whatever I want. But pretty soon I want to retire.
Is that in writing too, or is this just word of mouth?
The renewal, I mean, the writing that I saw did not speak to options to renew. That's a verbal discussion you had?
Yes, right now, yes.
But we would have no objection to, when the 4 years is approaching, to either secure an additional 4 years or return to the board if that was the board's inclination.
Mr. Mazzio?
No, that's it. That's good.
And,
Thank you.
excuse me, and this is a lot behind the subject property?
Mr. Deck, the engineer, will show it on his aerial of which the lot is.
My question to you is, did we need a notice from that lot?
We did.
You did, okay.
Yeah, we noticed from both properties.
Very good, thank you.
Anyone else from the board have any questions for for Angelo?
I have a couple.
Mr. Vice Chair, go ahead.
The current restaurant has a barn, is that correct?
Angela?
Excuse me?
The current restaurant has a barn?
Yeah, yes.
And you're proposing to add an additional bar in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that you close the kitchen at 10. What time do the bars close?
Depends how many customers got inside.
So there's no hard time where you say we close everything down at 11 or at midnight. It could go to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning?
Right.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is with regards to the lease for the valet parking. Is there any clause in it that says the lease carries if the property's sold? So if the current owner decides to sell to someone else, is the lease with the Mr. Giancarelli, sorry, is that null and void?
I'd have to review the lease, but again, we have no problem documenting that to the board's satisfaction, demonstrate.
If this is approved, and if there's a condition in the resolution about a lease extensions that would survive anyone purchasing the property, they'd have to abide by those conditions.
Okay, but I'm saying, the new owner could just say, I don't want a lease with this guy, and, that's it.
Behind them, yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about where the valet parking would be, because that would be critical, in my opinion, to this application.
Unless we have some...
And so if we don't have 25 spaces secured for as long as the restaurant is in business,
Yeah.
then that will be a concern. So that's where I'm going.
No objection. We can secure a documentation that suggests that it'll be assignable and it'll be, transferable to the new owner and recognized by the new owner.
You have anything else?
That was it.
Okay. I just want a little clarification to Mr. David's question. The restaurant closes its kitchen, last dinner is served at 10 o'clock, let's say, but the bar would remain open as long as there are customers, whether they're upstairs or downstairs, as long as he has customers in there. But the ABC law says, is it 2 a.m.?
2 a.m., yes.
2 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't be there past 2 a.m., it's not an after-hours club, people wouldn't be dining there later on, that kind of thing?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the board have any questions for Mr. Giancarelli? We can come back to him later as well, okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Paparo?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew. Our next witness is our project architect, Peter Serpico.
Sorry? No, at the end. I think that is just getting confusing or convoluted. I'm sorry, sir.
Could you raise your right hand, please? With regard to this application, do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth?
Yes.
State your name and spell your last name, please.
Peter Serpico, Peterserpico.
Thank you.
Peter, for the benefit of the board and public, your education, area of expertise, and the licenses you hold, sir?
Yes. Bachelor of Architecture, New Jersey Institute of Technology, School of Architecture, 1986. Became licensed in the state of New Jersey. I currently only hold one state license in New Jersey from 1997 on. I'm currently licensed in New Jersey.
And you've appeared before planning and zoning boards as a professional architect?
Yes, I am.
Good. We're fine, Mr. Paparo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Peter,
May I put this
I
on?
know you have a couple of exhibits. Before you introduce anything that was submitted to the board, I don't believe we need to mark. If you have something that was not submitted,
Yes, that would be his rendering.
okay, why don't we mark your rendering Exhibit A1 with today's date? Do you have a pen?
A1, did you prepare this, Mr. Serpico, or was it prepared under your supervision?
Under my supervision.
Okay.
My office, yes.
And this is what, a rendering of the proposed...
Correct.
Do you have a easel?
Yeah, we'll borrow it.
All right.
Ed, may we?
Peter, can you take the board and the public through the existing restaurant floor plan, the reason for the addition? I quickly summarized the code compliance, the ADA accessibility, the rear wheelchair lift for the basement. Can you explain in greater detail the need for these additions?
Sure.
And just please,
These were already submitted.
just refer to the sheet number so the board can follow.
Okay, this is sheet A1. It was already submitted. This is a plan of the existing restaurant, first floor. Mr. Giancarelli, the restaurant currently has 48 seats. 11 bar seats, 16 seats up on this sort of stage, a few steps up. It does have handicap accessible toilets, proper exiting for code with no sprinkler. As it stands, it's currently a code-approved operation. I did a code analysis of it as an existing structure and A2 use. With the discussions of adding an entrance to this building, as you can see, it's going to be a structure 12 by 51 feet along the right side. It's set back about 12 feet to just give the street a little breath of fresh air, so we're not imposing any more facade on the street. What we did was, again, the key was to get adequate handicap accessibility, ADA accessibility to the lower level. We have a code-approved stairway, 44 inches wide, and also a wheelchair lift. This is based on a Severia model. It's a one-door operation. You would come in. This is all on grade, so the parking lot, when someone comes in off the street or from the dropped off, this will be just an ADA saddle. There's no step, so you're on grade when you're entering the first floor of this new addition. You have the option of walking down the stairs, or someone that has some need of a wheelchair can either back in or forward, and they would come out the same door on the lower level, basically, from this. It's about an 11-foot, a 10-foot-6 drop from floor to floor, and it is an electric-operated lift.
And Peter, just to be clear, there are no tables proposed in the addition. This is all for the ADA accommodations, correct?
Correct.
And there's also the kitchens being renovated.
Yes, so I had several discussions with Mr. Jacarelli over a 6-month period. If I may just give a little brief review of the lower level of the addition, it'll explain a little better as to how he came up with the idea of adding to his kitchen.
Mr. Serbergo, are we looking at A3 here?
Yes, A2.
But that's A2 now?
A2.
Okay.
Sorry. So this is the lower level basement. Similar configuration here. We have a 5-foot radius to get into the wheelchair lift, or you would walk up, stair, and exit. Mr. Jacarelli needs a 12 by 18-foot cooler box that houses his meats for basically all steaks that are currently in the middle, probably a good quadrant of this lower floor. That's where it sits right now. And there was no other place to really relocate this box. This property ends pretty much at the back line of the building. This side is a right-of-way. So the best solution was to utilize this addition. I originally had the addition only coming in about maybe 28 feet. We then included this box into the basement. It was basically a necessity. We had to do it to make this floor plan work properly. So with that said, going back to the first floor,
This is back to A1?
this is A1, yes, sure. Mr. Jacarelli's current kitchen is very tight, and he opted to investigate if we can add to it. So he's basically only pushing the whole line of food operation, appliances, so currently the hood, everything that's there is really just pushing out 12 feet. Giving him a lot more space, working space, food prep area, helps with the cleanliness. Right now, he is very tight. It's a very tight operation, but he makes ends meet as is. Within this addition also, this came from Mr. Jacarelli's request, a service stair. This is not an egress stair. The only egress stair in the building would be this main stair in the addition. The stair on the lower right corner of both floors service the exit, so this does have proper egress. The building will be sprinklered. in the A2 use due to fire areas. I already did a code analysis on this.
So Peter, currently the restaurant is not sprinkler, and as part of the upgrades, it will be.
Yes, I did some preliminary work. I already spoke to Mr. Manguso a few times, and we're both in agreement that the 2 floors at this point, I still need to evaluate and complete construction documents, but since there's a...
Peter, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You can finish, but I wanted to make sure we get back to the ADA accessibility.
Right.
Finish your thought.
Okay, since above his first floor, there are 2 apartments, residential use. His use is an A2 use. The fire areas of the new building, when you count the new addition, 3,300 square feet per floor, times 2, 6,600. The allowable fire area between 2 uses to not sprinkler would be 5,000 square feet. So we're over that threshold, which will make us sprinkler building. So we're all on the same page. The township is on the same page as what my research has proven in the last month, doing some little research up front before we get to the construction documents. So that's really the story. I'll go back to A2. Getting good, right? I'm not forgetting to.
Yeah.
A2. We're back
I
to
like the way you
A2.
flip your boards.
So that's the addition. Anyone can ask some questions once I'm complete as to what's entailed within, again, 12 feet by 51 feet. I kept it as tight as I can because Mr. Deck will describe our parking situation. We need a minimum linear footage for a car to back out of a parking space that's being designed out there. So we really worked as a team getting this thing as tight as possible to get a stair, wheelchair lift, and this box to really work.
Hey, Peter?
Yes.
The seats. You talked about how many seats are on the main restaurant. With the seats proposed for the lower level, there was a discrepancy between, I believe, your plan and Mr. Deck's plan, and we should confirm for the record.
Okay, so for the record, we are requesting 60 seats in the dining room, 60 seats, 6 seats at the bar, so 66 occupants we can have 6 people at the bar, 60 people eating. We also have a small cigar room. I did not count additional occupants in there. I basically assumed someone that's eating or at the bar will take a break and have a cigar. It's really can hold 2 people, 3 people. Mostly it's a 10 by 7 room. So yes, Joe, the total number I believe we worked with was 141. 141 for the whole occupancy. That would include his help, right? His actual kitchen help. We assumed it was about...
The 141, I believe, is for the seats. We'll double check.
Okay, we'll double check that. So it may be an additional 8 or 9 for his staff.
And Peter, since you mentioned the cigar room, Mr. O'Brien's report wanted to confirm that would comply with the New Jersey smoke-free regulation.
Yes.
And you designed this, or you will design this?
Yes, I have a mechanical engineer on board already. He's about 80% complete with his drawings. He has a direct exhaust going out right at this right wall, rear wall, side wall rather, and everything will be sealed, almost fire sealed. The door, under the door jamb.
So it'll comply with
Yes.
the state regulations.
State regulations. Correct.
Mr. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. Go ahead. Mr. Serpico, again for clarification, right now as the building sits, there's no fire suppression on the first floor. If this was to be approved, you're putting in a suppression system that would accommodate the first floor and the second floor.
First floor and second floor. I do have...
May I finish? And what you made the statement about 2 apartments upstairs.
Yes.
What goes on with that?
That we can ask Mr. Gencarelli further. We don't know much about it. There are 2 apartments up there.
Mr. Gencarelli knows about it. We can have him. He'll speak to him. We'll have Angelo speak to him. He's aware.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I may clarify one thing about the sprinkler.
Sure.
I'm pretty fanatical about technical code, so there is an option that if Mr. Manguso, we'll have some meetings in the next few weeks, there's an option of possibly fire rating the ceiling of the basement with sheet rock and so forth to make it a 1 hour rated separation. So we would cut the fire area down from the upper level. So we may not need to sprinkler the upper floor. However, fire rating that ceiling is not an easy task. Every light fixture needs covers, everything. It's not an inexpensive way to go. So maybe easier to run a few lines on the upper floor and have them exposed. We'll paint them fancy color just to jazz it up a bit. So that's where we are right now with it.
I only addressed it because you brought it up.
Yes, thank you. So, if I may,
Peter, can we move, I'm sorry, do you have any more on the floor plan, or can we move to the elevations? I didn't know if you were done with the...
yeah, just a few more things here. So here in the lower level, we have a utility room, a new restroom that does not need to be ADA or barrier-free. We do have a unisex barrier-free toilet for the toilet counts. Toilet counts are well beyond what's needed. I believe we only needed this one unisex because someone can go up, you can go upstairs and use the upper bathroom also. This had some extra space, so we have another restroom that did not need to be ADA. He has a soda room that supplies soda pressure and carbonation to the lower, it will be proposed lower level, and currently it goes up to his bar for beer and also for soda to the bar. He has a food storage box also, a smaller one that's not meats, other type foods that's going to remain. And here, this little space in here, there's water heaters and boilers. They service the apartments on the upper level. There's three water heaters. One services him, the other two service the upper level. His kitchen pretty much will mimic the first floor kitchen against the back wall. Here's a line of food items and appliances. He's going to look into a brick oven pizza, 6-burner, 8-burner stove, Rodizio chicken, standard wide grill, dishwasher. Mr. Gencarelli also requested to have sump pumps placed in his lower level. He's had some water in the basement over when we have some pretty heavy storms. Nothing in the flood level, but trickles of water. He doesn't want to have any issues when the restaurant is open.
Peter, just in the, I hate to interrupt you, I keep doing that, but in the interest of time, I know there's a lot.
Yeah, okay, so the plan is I'm good with the plan. All right. If I may quickly go through the
Can I just
elevations.
ask?
Sure.
I want to ask a question. So the lift that is going to be put in, I mean, can you explain what that is like? It's not an elevator.
It's not an elevator.
Right, so it's just kind of a chair.
It's a chair, like, or a wheelchair.
Oh, right.
Not a chair that you sit in, but just your wheelchair can.
Okay, so those are usually not very fast moving, from my experience. So in the basement, you're not going to have a bathroom that someone who's in a chair can...
No, the basement will have one that.
I thought you said there was no ADA compliant bathroom in the basement.
No, there is one. One out of the two, yes.
I misunderstood.
No,
Okay.
sorry about that.
Thank you.
Well, he owned it, wasn't fast enough to get upstairs. It was good now. He was thinking.
Well, not to mention, if there's a fire, getting out in a slow lift.
So a quick review of the elevation is rendering kind of, I picked a view that would tell a story as to what's really happening here. The existing front elevation is white brick. We will repair any loose brick or missing brick out front. And what's happening, and again, I have this box mass that will be the entrance. This is all one plane, double door, little canopy roof for some protection. This front wall will be stucco, gray stucco painted, similar to the upper floor. The whole building will remain. There was no intent to face the whole building, but the new addition will have a stucco finish, which will be painted the same color as the main structure. These horizontal lines represent brick that will be white brick to match the front brick of the building. If you're familiar with the site, it's a grayish, white grayish brick. Will match that here in kind.
Peter, you've had an opportunity to review the reports. You referenced in my opening that Harbor Consultants issued a report May 4, 2023, and then Mr. O'Brien's report is dated April 2023. You reviewed both of those.
Yes.
From an architectural standpoint, can you address, I want to double check to make sure that you've addressed all the architectural items. It looks like you talked about you confirmed on the record that the addition will match the existing restaurant, the exterior, same material, same color scheme?
Yes.
Okay, that was Mr. O'Brien's recommendation. Just making sure I didn't miss anything that Mr. O'Brien wanted to see from you as the architect. You talked about the cigar room complying with the state regulations. I believe everything else in both reports is more engineering and planning related. Describe the wheelchair lift and how that works. Mr. Deck will address the addition of an ADA parking space in the newly configured parking lot, so we'll put that for him.
If I may also interject one point, this door that's on the face will be on this rendering, that will be the delivery door that Mr. Deck will describe, where the truck will back in, small box truck, will back into the lot. This door has one step. It depends on the final grade that we work with, but it's step or two that leads into this, right into the first floor kitchen.
Chairman, I have nothing further for Mr. Serpico at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Serpico. Any board members have any questions for Mr. Serpico at this particular time? None? We may call you back up in a little while, Mr. Serpico. Thank you very much for the testimony.
Thank you. Chairman,
Yes?
our next witness?
Yes, we're waiting on you.
Ed Deck.
Mr. Deck, who has not been here before.
With regard to this application, do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth? For the record, just state your name, please.
Edward Deck, DEC.
You've appeared in front of us many times as an engineer and a surveyor?
That's correct, and all my license over here stand.
Okay. Joe, is that why you're calling him as an engineer?
Yes, thank you. Ed, you have, again, if you have any exhibits that are different than what was submitted, introduce those. Otherwise, just refer to the sheet in your already submitted plan. If you could go ahead and give an overview. Sure. And what you're showing is just a mounted version of the plans that was submitted before?
Yes, the board members have in front of them.
Great.
Correct.
Nothing new there, right, Mr. Deck?
Okay, what the board members have distributed out to them is the exact same plan I have here. It's consisting of 4 sheets, and the first sheet is the cover sheet, which has the general area map, a zoning map, a zoning table, which I will go over on sheet 3, and list the site itself is 104 North 10th Street, is lot 3, block 60. And the zone that the restaurant is in the industrial zone. I'm going to turn to sheet 2 of the plan set. What this plan represents is a large-scale drawing of the area in which the proposed existing restaurant is located. It's fronting on North 10th and also on Washington Avenue, right at that corner, which Washington Avenue is a paper street. There's no roadway constructed there other than a small paved area that comes in off of 8th and goes onto 9th Street. The area that is starting at the northerly right-of-way line of Washington Avenue all the way up to Monroe is all industrial on both sides on 10th and all industrial on both sides on North 8th. As you can see in this plan, the area where the proposed parking would be for the valet service would be here in the existing asphalt parking area. That would be lot 2 of the same lot. There's a grass separation between the restaurant area, grass and stone separation. That's all on lot 2. And then we have our lot 4. Approximately 25, it's not line striped, but it would accommodate at least 25 parking stalls built in a 9 by 18 configuration with a large enough backup space for those stalls to meet the requirements of a parking and aisle. Right now, I'll just go over the zoning table. Again, it's zone industrial. The required area is 20,000 feet. The existing non-conforming lot is 8,000 feet. That's not going to change ever.
Excuse me, Mr. Deck, people in the back are saying that they can't really hear you too well. If you could just project a little more. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Deck.
no, sorry. Oh, maybe I can just do that.
Yeah.
This will work. Okay. The zoning chart represents the requirements for, hope I'm not right here, am I okay?
Yeah, you sound great now.
I'm obstructing the view, okay. The industrial zone required lot area is 20,000 feet, because that would be for an industrial type use. In our case, we're not an industrial use. Our lot is 8,000 feet. That's not going to change. The lot width and frontage, 100 feet. We have 100 feet. The lot depth is 100 feet. We are at 80 feet. Again, all these conditions are existing nonconformities. The front setback for the existing building is 10 feet. Require a little bit more than 10 feet. Required is 10, so we meet that criteria. Side setbacks are 5 with a 15-foot total. In our case, we have a minimum on one side of 10.4 and a total of 37. So we meet that criteria. Rear setbacks is 10 feet. We're just shy of that. For that calculation, we're at 9 feet and then 1.67 feet, depending on what's considered the rear in this case. Building coverage, we're at 30.48. Allowable is 50%, so we're good for that condition. Building height, 40 feet. We're going to be approximately over 22 feet at the end of the whatever construction takes place. Lot coverage, 80%. We exceed that in present condition, and we're not intending to increase that. So it's over by approximately 10% for lot coverage. What I'd like to do now is go to sheet 3, which is a more closer view of the lot itself and the existing conditions. We have the existing building, we have an entranceway to the front, and there's a ramp here on the side which will be used for purposes of maintaining or loading or just pedestrian entranceway. This ramp is not the ADA ramp, however. We have concrete sidewalk here and some stairs going to the basement, and the asphalt parking area to the north of the building. Right now, there are 8 spaces, but neither one of them are ADA accessible. What we are proposing, and again, just to show the proximity of where that valet area would be on lot 2. So here's our existing restaurant, and this is the parking area here. I'm going to go to sheet 4, which is our proposed conditions. So as you can see here, the proposed expansion is as described by Mr. Serpico, in addition to the existing building on the northern side. This area, as Mr. Serpico explained, is going to be used for a kitchen and entranceways and the handicap accessible lift to service both floors of the building. We are proposing to put in a dumpster enclosure area, would be a dumpster by the trash area, on the left side of the property at the back of the parking area. And then we have 8 parking stalls shown here with car stops. We will be changing that design and proposing a ADA accessible van parking stall, which will then, instead of the total of 8 spaces, we will have 7. We're proposing to put that ADA accessible stall approximately in the middle of the parking lot. The purpose for that is it's direct access to the doorway where the handicap lift would be, but also, as you know, the distance between this proposed expansion and the rear of the stall is 19 feet. But with the ADA accessible stall being there, all of the cars will have a adequate backup space, and as you call it, a bump out space, where they don't have to go straight back. They could just turn and approximately like a K-turn type of maneuver where they could get out, back out into here and then out into the street. So utilizing the location of that ADA space enables the functioning of the parking lot.
Just while you're on the parking, I believe Mr. Puerto or Mr. O'Brien identified the need for a variance. That drive aisle between the parking spaces and the building at its tightest point, I believe, is less than what's required. Is it your testimony that a vehicle, I believe I heard your testimony, that a vehicle can probably still make that back out maneuver?
Yes, it's a 19-foot separation distance between the back of the 18-foot long parking stall and the proposed building expansion. But there's going to be the room that they could do, utilize a space that's provided where the location of the dumpster, trash enclosure area is back up in here, and then they can also back up and do that K-turn type of maneuver to get out into the street. So it would be a variance, but it is a function that could work for the
Typical one-way is 18 feet, correct?
A one-way, well, it could actually be less one-way, yeah.
So you're comfortable with the amount of space provided?
Right, and the number of traffic that's going to be generated by 8 stalls, one of them, which is an ADA, I think would not create any conflicts in the traffic pattern.
So we've already heard from Mr. Serpico on the upgrades, the code upgrades for the interior. From an engineering standpoint, I hear that now we have a proper refuse enclosure, which is a requirement in kennel work that's being added to the site, which hasn't been there in the past. You talk about an ADA parking space, which has never been there in the past. So do you consider these upgrades important for this property?
Well, absolutely. It makes the functioning of the entire site a lot better. Control the flow of the traffic in and out of the site. And as Mr. Serpico pointed out, there will be drop-offs, and as Mr. Giancarelli pointed out, it'll be twice a week. Deliveries.
Great.
That's correct.
Mr. Deck, you also, at the bottom of that plan, I believe you did a lighting analysis.
That's correct.
And I believe one of the comments is to ensure that the lighting remains on site and that complies with the code. You're in agreement with that?
Yes, that was a comment made by Harbor Engineering, and our lighting diagram will not, the light intensity will not exceed the required minimum or maximum that exceeds the property line or goes beyond the property line. And they will be shielded, light sources will be
And
shielded.
the other property on the opposite side of that parking lot is commercial, I believe it's an auto body business, correct?
To the north of us, lot 4 is a auto body shop.
Okay, so in your opinion, would there be any negative light impacts?
Right, it wouldn't have any impact on the residents at all.
All right.
And that lighting diagram is shown on sheet 4 in the lower left-hand corner. I also marked that parking area to make it a little bit more obvious where it is in relationship to our site. And And also, we will be putting those car stops here to make sure there's no conflict with the parking and that adjoining building.
The only item, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the only item in the Harbor report that I think requires some response, everything else I believe you've addressed that you're willing to comply with, is item number 1, the pages aren't numbered, but the second page, regarding stormwater management. Can you just speak to that? What's there today and what's proposed?
Well, the lot is almost completely impervious. I counted the area where we have some plantings as the non-impervious coverage portion of the lot, but there's no increase in impervious coverage. Where the proposed building is going is where there's existing asphalt. So there's not an increase in the amount of impervious coverage. However, if the board feels that that's an issue that should be addressed, as pointed out in the Harbor report, there is an inlet that we will be able to connect, either just a small drain system or underground detention if it's required.
Thank you. And you would work with Harbor Consultants on coming up with
A design which will satisfy the runoff, that's correct.
Mr. Deck, anything else in the Harbor report? I believe you addressed the drive aisle width. You've spoken about the inclusion of an ADA space. We've confirmed on the record that the total is 141 seats with the lower level, not 143.
That's correct.
In Kevin O'Brien's report, again, the mention of the ADA van accessible space, which you can now agree to include. I think you've addressed everything, Chairman. I have nothing further. Ed, I apologize. Do you have anything else for that testimony you'd like to add?
Just that there is off-street legal parking roadway, and the planner will address the parking situation more thoroughly.
Yes, thank you. Chairman, I have nothing further.
Question? Who do you have a question for, Mr. Deck?
Mr. Deck, please. What is the route that the valet parking will take? How is
More than likely, it would be to the north and then come around, but I will leave that for the planner to address.
Anyone else? Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, I guess Mr. Deck can answer it. Is any of the borough's right-of-way being utilized for any aspect of this application? So the Washington Avenue, Paper Street?
We are not proposing any use of the right-of-way, however,
Okay.
we can't control it.
Right.
It's not being counted. We're not counting.
Yeah, that was that's the point.
But
Yeah.
if you go out there, you'll see frequently there's people that are parking there.
Right. Yeah, I just want to make sure that you weren't utilizing that to
We're not.
fulfill your parking
Correct, you're correct.
requirements. Yeah.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Deck? Chris?
Could you, or this might be for the applicant, could you state, like, where does the people who use the apartments upstairs, where do they park?
Sure, there was another question about the residential fence. Angela, can you come back to address that?
He's still on the road.
Thank you.
Want to repeat the question, Chris?
Where do the people who stay in the apartments, where do they park?
Okay, I got two apartments. One is one man, and the other apartment is a husband and wife and the kids.
Where do they park, Angela?
Where do they park?
On the street.
On the street.
Yes.
They park on the street? They park on the street.
On the street.
Any other questions for Angelo? Yes, Chris?
So the two apartments, one is a one-bedroom, one is two bedrooms?
2 bedroom each.
2 bedrooms each.
Yes.
Good. Mr. David?
Yeah, so you mentioned that they park on the street. Are they required to park on the street, meaning you do not provide them any on-site parking?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, you don't provide, okay. That could have been heard two different ways. Anyone else for And Mr. Giacarelli, we can't hear the public yet, but there will be an open to the public once we get through all this, okay? Thank you. Mr. Deck, does anyone else have a question for Mr. Deck? I do have one question. Earlier, you made a statement in your testimony about the ADA parking, pardon me, and you said that you would have to take one space away doing that. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, so does that impact what you're looking for here tonight, or does the valet spaces pick that up?
The valet spaces would take that difference, make that difference.
Okay, so it has no impact on what we're doing? Okay. Anyone else, Mr. Deck? Okay, Mr. Scuderi.
So with the minimal amount of spaces, I'm assuming even when there's not a valet, people will be utilizing that other lot. Is there a way for them to get from that lot to the restaurant that's not in this area? Is there any pathway proposed or anything?
No, that would strictly be a valet parking area where they would be leaving their cars at the property. They would walk into the restaurant and then the valet would move the car over. And then when they come out, they get the car and then get in there.
Mr. David?
Yeah, so that just, I think it was in Mr. O'Brien's report. So then, let's assume that it's approved and that there's a party downstairs. I think the applicant mentioned that that was a prime consideration for the lower level. And generally, parties end around, at a given time, and then everyone's exiting. So do you envision a queue building up on North 10th Street where, your valets have to go all the way to 8th Street, go up to the boulevard, make a left, either at a light or directly without a light, which if there's traffic can be problematic. And meanwhile, you might have 10, 15, 20 people standing in line waiting for their car to come, and building a queue all the way up North 10th Street, which is a one-way.
It's a good question, and that point will be addressed by the planner because he is familiar with more, I guess you could say, modern procedures used by valet parking with radio control, paging, those type of methodologies of communicating between the person who owns the car and valet service. So I think they can expedite that type of work instead of just somebody saying, okay, I'm here, where's my car?
We'll be sure the next witness gets that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Do we have any more questions for Mr. Deck? Okay, we may be calling you back, Mr. Deck. Sure. Paparo?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Our final witness this evening is our planner, Sean Moronsky.
Good evening. Sean, if you could raise your right hand, please, with regard to this application, do you swear the testimony you're about to give show you the truth?
I do.
State your name and spell your last name, please.
It's Sean, S-E-A-N, Moronsky, M-O-R-O-N-S-K-I.
Have you appeared in front of this board before?
I have not.
Okay.
Sean,
Why don't you qualify him? I'm aware of him, but if you qualify him.
Sure. Sean, your education, area of expertise, and the licenses you hold?
Yes, master's in planning from New York University, member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I'm a New Jersey licensed professional planner. My license is current. I've been qualified for several municipalities. Although this is my first time here, I've appeared in the surrounding municipalities of Union, Cranford, and Springfield.
Your license is still in good standing?
Yes, it is.
And you're affiliated with Langen, correct?
Langen Engineering, 300 Kimball Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey.
Sean, you've had an opportunity to review the site. You're familiar with the site and surrounding land uses?
Yes, in order to prepare for this application, I visited the site and the surrounding area. I also reviewed the plans, both site and architectural. I reviewed the review letters from your board planner and engineer, and I also reviewed the relevant sections of your zoning ordinance and your master plan.
And as I stated in my overview, the restaurant use is permitted in the industrial zone.
Yes, it is.
There are some variances associated with the addition and the renovation, which have been identified this evening. They're also set forth in Mr. O'Brien's report. You're prepared this evening to provide testimony in support of those variances, one of which is the parking deficiency. Sean, you've heard detailed testimony about operations and how Angelo intends on using valet for his busy times or parties, correct?
Yes, I have. And I'm just going to, there were several variances that were outlined in your board planner's letter. And 3 of them have to do with the existing conditions of the lot, and they're non-conforming conditions which are not changing as a result of this application. The lot area is 8,000 square feet, which is 80 feet wide by 100 feet deep. Your minimum lot size in the industrial zone is 20,000 square feet, so that's not changing. And the 80-foot lot width is not changing also. Also, to the existing lot coverage, 80% is the maximum, and then we have 90.64% noted on the plans, and that's not changing also. But as has been noted, there are a couple of other variances. We have a rear setback variance, which has to do with the addition. 10 feet is the minimum. Right now, it's 9.37 feet existing, and we're proposing 1.67 feet. And the expansion toward the rear, it allows for the improved handicapped access, as Mr. Serpico mentioned, and also the individual stairwells for the back-of-house operations, where those stairwells separate the staff from the public to the extent possible, which doesn't currently exist right now. The setback and allowing for that expansion will improve internal efficiency and safety. And we're creating 2 new entry doors, as was mentioned. One is helping to meet the ADA standard for access, and the other is to be used for deliveries, which is noted would be twice a week. We have parking space variance, which is the primary variance that were noted. The applicant has mentioned that there is an agreement with the neighboring lot to the rear. Up to 24 spaces is noted on the plan. The valet would be available during, we'll call it special events, which are private parties and so forth, and at peak times.
Can I interrupt, sir? I thought there was 25 spaces.
25? Oh, yeah, sorry, looking at the wrong number.
Okay. You don't want to decrease.
No, we don't. We definitely don't. I'd love to increase, but there's only so much you can go. So that would be available during peak times. Now, valet services, I understand the concern about people waiting and so forth. And yes, people do generally leave a party the same general time, but nowadays, valet services, they'll take your phone number and you can text them as to when you're leaving. And the good thing about, although you have to drive around the block, the car to get there, and it's about a two-minute drive, roughly, to get there. But the valets themselves can walk across back and forth from the rear and so forth. So there's not a long way in them getting to the car either. And it's going to be a similar distance to bring the car back also. But in terms of informing the valets, it's more efficient now. I know it's only a couple of minutes difference, but modern technology helps us in a lot of ways, particularly with regards specifically here to how the valets operate. So we have an agreement with regards to valet parking. We do have the 8 parking spaces, which includes the 1 handicapped accessible space, which we didn't have before, and that your board planner noted in the letter that was something that didn't have. So that helps in terms of access. And as Mr. Deck noted, that space is located closest to the handicapped accessible entrance in order to facilitate that entry. And yes, on North 10th Street, where you have industrial uses north of the restaurant, which is consistent with the zoning, those businesses are generally closed between 4 and 6 p.m., most of them on the earlier side. And in the evening is when the restaurant is busier, particularly on Fridays and Saturdays. And most of those businesses are generally closed on Saturdays and Sundays. So there's parking on both sides of the street, particularly on the eastern side of the street, where there is available street parking. So when you look at the combination of the spaces we have, including a handicap space, up to 25 spaces for valet service, and then you have parking on the street that is relatively easily accessible, and this is in the industrial zone area. There's an industrial building across the street. There's a curb length right in front of that building without driveways. It's about roughly 180 feet. You're talking about 8 parking spaces that say are about 22 feet long if you take that average. So, and we're not saying they're always going to be available, but as a general proposition, after 6 o'clock there is minimal activity from the businesses that are located in that area. The parking aisle width, the 19 feet's proposed, that's toward the back end of the site where the expansion is proposed. And this is kind of a balance because in order for the expansion to work, we needed that 12 feet expansion outward so that you could facilitate handicapped access. And also in terms of fitting the kitchen box for the food storage and facilitating the improvements in the kitchen also. There's also limited, this is not a through circulation. It's not as if traffic is going to be coming from both directions. You know, the cars that are going to be parking, the ultimate, as Mr. Gedge noted, there is sufficient space for a K-turn. We're not talking about a large volume of traffic. Also, the 19 feet width is going to be sufficient enough so that trash and recycling trucks, they come on Tuesday and Wednesday respectively, can back in to the dumpster, which will be located in the corner, and that's noted on the plans, pick up and leave. And also the deliveries, which would come in a box truck, they can back into the door, which is for the kitchen, empty what they're delivering, and leave. And those would generally come in, they would come in off hours, so they certainly wouldn't come in the busy time of the restaurant. And I do believe that each of these variances could be granted under the C2 criteria. I believe the overall benefits of the proposed improvements outweigh the potential detriments. And with the parking variance, it's that the client, the applicant, is addressing through a mix of the spaces they have, the agreement with regards to the valet parking, and then what are generally available public parking spaces on North 10th Street. For the C variances, we have to satisfy purposes of zoning. Purpose A, appropriate use of lands which contributes to general welfare. The relief allows for improvements to the site, for improved accessibility, and with, as I noted, we are addressing the parking concerns. Purpose G, providing sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of uses, according to respective environmental requirements. The relief allows for the enhancement of the permitted use, including the improved stair access, handicapped access, the kitchen improvements, the food storage box. It provides the restaurant flexibility in terms of this business permitted use being more viable in the area. We have to address the negative criteria. There's no substantial detriment to the public good. Even our parking lot with a limited number of spaces, we're improving it with striping and wheel stops. The handicapped accessible space near the handicapped entrance, which is certainly a benefit. The expansion is inward. Yes, it's taking up a part of the existing parking area, but it's striking a balance in terms of providing sufficient space for the expansion and also providing adequate space for circulation in the parking lot. The combination of lot, valet, and street parking addresses demand. The rear setback, which I believe is relatively minor, it doesn't impact light air and open space of the neighbor. The neighbor is the industrial use that we have the agreement for the parking. The setback to their building is about 80 feet, and there's a mix of grass and some gravel area that's part of their property. The concern with the setback is that you interfere with light air and open space. That's not the case here. We're not changing the coverage. The trash enclosure setback is located toward the rear of the site. It's not in an area where it's going to have a negative aesthetic impact. And as Mr. Serpico noted, that fire suppression is going to be added, as he has had talks with the building official also. There's no substantial detriment to the zoning ordinance or master plan. The use is permitted in the industrial zone. Mr. O'Brien in his letter noted several goals of the master plan for consideration. The industrial goal number 5, promote borough pride by upgrading appearance in industrial areas. While we're not an industrial use per se, the proposed improvements, and it was also noted by Mr. Serpico's rendering of the improvements, it represents both a functional and aesthetic investment in the site and in that area. Commercial goal number 1, retaining existing commercial establishments by fostering positive regulatory climate. The improvements enhance the viability of the permitted use while addressing the real concerns about parking for the operations. And commercial goal number 3, encouraging development of the borough's economic base by expanded number of permitted uses to generate employment growth, increase property values, and promote improvement of underutilized properties. I believe, generally speaking, the investment in the permitted use of the site, it enhances the overall property, it contributes not just to the viability of this site, but also in an area that, for the activity in this area, in this industrial zone, without substantial impact to the surrounding area. So for the reasons that I've outlined, respectfully request approval of the C variances. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you. Well, anyone from the board have any questions? I don't know how you could, because I think he covered everything.
I do.
Go right ahead.
Okay. So getting back to the parking, we have 8 spaces, we have 25 for valet, total of 33. Mr. O'Brien says you need 48, and that doesn't account for staff and tenants, because the 48 is based on tables, right? So my question is, so you have a 15 deficiency, and then with the staff and the tenants, you have even more. And you mentioned that some of the parking could be covered based on parking on the street. Well, we already know the tenants above are required to park on the street, so they're going to use up some of those parking spaces. In addition, you have staff who you haven't accounted for, so I think I heard roughly 8 staff people. I don't know if that was accurate or not, but in any event, most people drive. If they're all driving, that's 8 additional cars that are going to be parking on the street, so they're going to be taking up those so-called parking. So I guess the question is, was any consideration given to reduce the amount of tables in the lower level so that you would come closer to meeting the parking requirements? Why do you need 66 seats in the basement?
Well, first of all, when you consider the parking requirement for a restaurant, that 1 per 3 seats, it also takes into consideration the overall operations of the site, the employees as well. It's kind of like with RSIS, when you say have 2 spaces per 2-bedroom unit, but it built in that is a half a space for guest parking. So it takes into account the entirety of what's going on also. And I also talked about just across the street, a neighboring industrial use, you could have up to 8 parking spaces. But on both sides of the street, you do have opportunities for other spaces. And the peaks in this area for this use are going to be mainly on Friday and Saturday nights, outside of those special events, which we've already said that we would have valet for. So I think relative to the impacts, especially on other nights of the week, I do believe that the combination of parking is sufficient to address the concerns about parking.
And I just do want to echo, and we can defer to your planner, but the way your code is written, that equation for a restaurant does include, it's an all-in number. It's not just for guests. It includes the operations, which includes the employees. Like it or not, that's not.
Okay, I mean, point taken, but you're still deficient 15 spaces regardless. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Scuderi, please.
How do we make the determination when valet is going to be required? Is it going to be any kind of basements in use?
I think Mr. Giancarelli said that it's usually by reservation, and he would, don't let me answer for you.
No, Mr. Giancarelli did mention that certainly for special events, private events, those are going to be made well in advance, so then you know that there's going to have to be valet parking. And reservations are taken for, particularly on Friday and Saturday nights, and they're taken in advance time. So these are areas when there could be the expectation, particularly for the front for these special events, that valet would be required.
My question was, who makes that decision?
Well, he's already committed to this
a number. So any special event, we're going to have valet parking?
Yes.
Mr. Reagan, you have something?
On-site parking spaces is 8, including the handicap, or is it 7?
It's 7 with the ADA space that both Mr. Porter...
So is it 7 and 1, or
No, it's 7.
total of 7? 7 includes the ADA.
We'll double check, let's double check.
All right.
7 with the ADA.
No, it's...
Yeah, Mr. O'Brien says it was 9, and
Yeah.
with the ADA, it's going down to 8. So is that not accurate?
I believe it was 9 original.
It was 9
Putting in a refuse, which brought it down to 8. And then they're going to add an EDA.
So it's down to 7.
Correct.
So you're deficient 60. Okay, thank you.
So it's 7 regular spaces
7 on site.
and 1 ADA.
No, 6 regular spaces.
6
6 regular and 1 ADA.
Got it, all right.
So, did you have something?
No, that was it.
So let's take a look at, going back to you, Mr. Scuderi, when will valet parking be available? Valet parking, based on the owner of the restaurant, could be every day if he wants. There's no restriction on when and where. He could also have, I'm just thinking out loud here, he could also have a party, let's say downstairs, and really limited business upstairs. So I don't know, if the valet guy would really go over to the valet area, or would he just park the cars anywhere at that point? I don't see the restaurant always being packed to capacity, and in order to, not so much worry about how many spaces are coming in and out, with diners eating at a certain point and then leaving again, but I think it's available all the time. He's not restricted just to use the valet parking for the basement. If he decides to use the valet parking, if this is approved, he could use it for upstairs as well. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Right, but conversely, as a condition of approval, we could say valet parking must be available every night. Could we not?
You could. Sure. We could say.
I'm just saying, so, right, because I didn't hear that the basement dining was strictly for parties, or did I miss that?
Mr. Giancarlo's testimony is that's the primary focus of it.
Primary, but again, if there's overflow in the main restaurant, there might be people sitting downstairs.
And there's people sitting downstairs. I think that was the intent of using the valet. It's not, I don't want to use it for special events. I think if that basement's lower level's being used, that would more than likely require the valet. If the upstairs going and the downstairs, even if there's 2 tables down there, I would believe the applicant would agree that that would necessitate valet.
You wouldn't know that until you get the flow of business.
Correct. And the larger parties, as Mr. Giancarlo confirmed, they're done by reservation.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Curto.
Can only the valet access that lot? I mean, if somebody is more familiar, okay.
No, I will speak for the applicant. He doesn't want customers, patrons, parking there on their own and finding their way to the restaurant. That's not a good look, as we said.
Anyone else from the board? Okay, Mr. Paparo.
That's it. Thank you very much, Sean. Chairman, that was concluding our presentation. Obviously, you have to open up to the public and just reserve an opportunity to make a very short closing statement before the board deliberates.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll make a motion to open the hearing to the public.
Motion is made by Mr. David, seconded by Mr. Scuderi. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, anyone from the public wishing to speak on this application and this application only, you'll have an opportunity later to talk about other things, but only for this application. Sir, would you like to speak? You need to come up to the microphone, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, yes, my name is Jason Olszewski. I live at 50 North 9th Street. Am I allowed to ask questions and make a statement? Because I have both.
Everyone is here for you.
Can you speak up, please?
Sure.
I'm sorry?
They can't hear.
Speak up, please. Not speak up, please. Can you talk louder?
Can we ask questions of the witnesses that spoke?
Right, so first I have some questions to ask. Sure. So from what I heard is that On the right, so on the right-hand side of the building, if I'm standing across the street on 10th Street, looking directly at the building.
Yes.
There's area on the right-hand side. It's a paved lot right now.
Correct.
The extension that you're proposing is going to cover that area, and you're also going to add parking.
Correct.
And you requested a 2-foot, I believe it was less than a 2-foot variance between the two property lines, the Angelo's and the car auto body shop next door.
No, that's incorrect. It's between Angelo's and the lot behind the restaurant where he has the agreement to use the industrial packaging. That's where the deficiency is, a rear yard setback deficiency eliminated.
So, is the new parking being proposed on the right-hand side of the building going onto the property at all of the auto body shop located next door?
No, it is not.
So what's happening, what an unintended consequence of all this is going to be, is that the auto body shop located next door has cars that are there for repair. They have no place to park those cars right now. So what they're doing is they're parking those cars on the grass lot behind the auto body shop as well as behind Angelo's. So the space is so tight that both of these businesses do not have enough area to operate independently. And I guess my question would be, can that auto body shop park their cars on that grass space behind their building? Because if not, then there's current violations that are occurring already.
Yeah, that would be the owner, the same owner that we've negotiated an agreement with. They would have to secure.
Because they used to park their cars in that spot, which is now being used as parking for Angelo. So they have no place to put those cars that are in for repair now. So I did prepare a formal statement that I wanted to share with everybody today. So just so everybody is clear, Angelo's restaurant is located directly adjacent to residential neighborhoods. And I'm here to address the concerns that we have as residents.
You can, sir, you can speak for yourself, but not for the
I will
neighbor.
speak for myself, and there are some others.
Well,
of us
they can
that
speak
want
for
to.
themselves.
Speaking for myself, I can tell you that this restaurant and this property has impacted my life in a negative way for many years. As it stands today, Angelo is operating a business that, unlike its predecessor, has not had an extremely negative impact on the surrounding community. However, what is now being proposed will change all that in several ways. We want a business in that location that fits in, not one that stands out. If desired, we want the ability to be able to sell our homes and retain a property value that is comparable to homes on other streets in Kenilworth. We don't want valet lots and overcrowded restaurants chasing potential buyers away. We don't want other industrial properties being used in ways in which they were not originally intended, such as the parking lot in 101 North 8th Street. We all know too well, or I know too well, that the noise created within the walls of the building do not stay within the walls of the building. I am concerned about the addition of a second bar and the additional amount of rowdiness that this will create. People have a difficult time walking back to their vehicles quietly after enjoying their libations. When the valets are in use, we will constantly be disturbed by the shuffling of cars and the voices of them yelling back and forth at each other about which car to grab next. People will continue to drive over the grass medians that surround the building. I also have to assume that we know that the area on the bottom floor being remodeled is being used for parties. This will bring in DJs and other forms of musical entertainment. The noise carries out of the building and into our living rooms. We want to enjoy peace, not be forced to listen to whatever is happening at Angelo's. I have a 1-year-old child. Additional traffic will make our streets less safe and take away from the quiet neighborhood atmosphere we all enjoy. My baby needs to be able to sleep peacefully, not be woken up by loud music, people yelling, and car doors slamming. Finally, I want to mention the smell. The exhaust vents pump the fumes from the stoves out and into the air outside the building. The same will be true for the proposed cigar room. Cooked steaks, seafood, and cigars all have a very pungent smell, and this pollutes the environment all around the building, and the local residents are forced to smell this. This will be exacerbated by the current addition of a second kitchen. please put yourself in our shoes, or in my shoes. Would you want all this in your neighborhood? This isn't even located in the downtown area, or the boulevard. I am not a native to Kenilworth, but I moved here because it was a decent community with caring neighbors and a local government that I want to believe will look out for the residents. People are coming into Kenilworth and building big, beautiful new homes. Let's focus on that as a source of additional increased tax revenue, not creating an industrial environment that is out of scale and chasing the future residential real estate investments away. So my plea to you is to please do not pass this application.
I have a question for you, sir.
Sure.
And thank you for preparing that letter. Can I ask you, how long have you lived on that block?
I've lived here for 11 years.
11 years.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I have a question also. Did you say that the current conditions have been favorable with Angelo since he moved in there?
I have not had any issues thus far with the business he's operating there today, as it stands today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Come on up, please. State your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Lenny Tapia, and I live on 9th Street. Before I make a statement, I do want to point out that the gentleman keeps saying it's an industrial zone, but it's within very close proximity to the residential area, and there's neighbors that live in that specific area that they're calling industrial area. I would like to also add reasons why the variance permit should not be approved. Walking around Angelo's today, we have observed several standards the business is not adhering to. First of all, there are a bunch of trash bags piled up in the handicap ramp, preventing its use by the disabled patrons. The bags are also sitting in front of the emergency exit, blocking the door and pathway leading out. Again, this is visible within my house, so I open my window and I can see this picture that I just described. The terrace coming off the back of the building is missing safety railings. The staircase leading down to the basement from the outside is missing railings from the safety guard, creating a huge gap in which anyone, especially a small child, can fall into. I have pictures if anyone would like to see. The point I would like to make is, if Angelo's can't follow the current standards, safety regulations, why should they be granting the zoning variances to the zoning codes that protects our citizens? As you remember, in 2021, there was a massive fire that occurred in the same industrial zone in which Angelo's is located. Despite us all having debris from the fire in our yards and on our roofs, luckily the fire did not spread. This is likely due in part to the zoning rules that are currently in effect. If Angelo's is granted a variance, this increases the chance of the fire spreading from Angelo's to Creative Coachworks or vice versa. This larger fire also increases the chance it could spread to nearby homes. Also, allowing the added expansion will squeeze the area in which Creative Coachworks has to park the cars that are currently being repaired. The space between Creative Coachworks and Angelo has traditionally been used for parking cars for repair. They are now going to be pushed back into the grass behind Creative Coachworks, as well as behind Angelo's, and encroaching on the property owned by 101 North 8th Street. There is clearly not enough space for everyone to do business in this space allotted as it stands today, and allowing the expansion of Angelo will make this much worse. Cars will pile up all over the grass, which is visible by us, visible from our kids, and it would create a potential hazardous area. This variance will alter and affect in so many ways the lives of the people who live in this area, and this will have a substantial impact and detriment to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you the same question. How long have you lived on that block?
11 years.
11 years as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak on this application? Sir, come on up, please, and state your name and address for the record. Doing all right.
My name's Pedro Rodriguez. I live on North 9th Street.
Pedro Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Our house is the last house on the corner of 9th and Washington, and I have a few questions for Angelo's team. The cars you're gonna park in the lot, how far from the street are they?
In the lot on the restaurant property, the valet lot?
The valet. More than 50.
More than 50 feet, I mean.
So these cars are gonna go about 100 feet from my bedroom and my kid's bedroom. Now, 5 years ago, there was a bar at this establishment, and we dealt with a lot of crap. People urinating on fences. We had to pick up garbage after them. Now, he's proposing valet parking. I understand all that, but what if there isn't valet parking? Are people gonna walk in their cars? Also, the parking for 25 cars. What if that deal falls through? Where are those cars gonna park?
Good question. So as we stated to the board, if their board was inclined to approve this application, we would be obligated to supply evidence, written evidence to the borough that that lease is still in place. I assume that that's what the board would require of us, and we've stipulated that.
Okay, so another question. Also, an average of 3 people per car, let's say, at a full house, 141 seats.
There's a total of 141, correct?
Okay. We are talking about 40 to 50 cars. He's going to have 12 people working for him. So we're talking about him needing about 60 parking spaces.
Just to be clear, and we could recall Angela, but I don't believe the testimony was that he expects both levels to be...
Ever?
His testimony was that he wants the ability to have the party room so that he doesn't have to shut down his restaurant if somebody wants to party. He could still have a couple come in and have dinner while the party's going on below. But I don't believe he stated that he expects to have both levels running all 141 seats.
What's this?
Have to get in order.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you. Can I ask you how long you living out there?
July will be 10 years.
10 years. Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Okay. Sir, you coming up? Okay. State your name and address for the record, please.
Daniele Crimpoli, 45 North 10th Street. So I'm on the street where probably is probably most affected, considering that every car that's going to visit Angelo's going to come through 10th Street, one-way street. Now, we've lived there for 13 years. Understanding when we bought the house that this is a mixed zone, where we're residential, further up the street, we have industrial, commercial, whatever you want to say. I'm a business owner myself in Elizabeth. When we first moved in, you had a bar. And as I agree with my fellow residents in Kenilworth, I'll say, like, listen, that was probably the worst situation that you could probably have, raising a family, having your own house, always cleaning up messes, fights, whatever the case may be. Changed to another bar after that, a little bit better, still similar situations. Angelo came in, and I'm going to say that out of all 3, Angelo's by far the best situation that we've had in 13 years. Now, understanding resident and commercial industrial, there's always going to be industrial space there. You're not knocking down old factories and putting up houses. Is that happening any day now? It's not. When I look at the street that I live in, where we drive up every day, where I leave North 10th and I pass the industrial section every single day, what I observe is which businesses seem to care about the residents on the street and which ones don't. Because you can go half and half on that street. Because you have business on the street that doesn't take care of the lawns, they leave the garbage out front, trucks broken down, who parks on the street, up the corner, who leave sheet metal all over the place, dumpsters exposed, we can go on and on. For the most part, I'm gonna say that since Angel's been there, he's kept it clean. Okay, for the most part, and you can say how it operated now to if he gets bigger, is it gonna change? I believe strongly because, as I said, in my business, which is mixed residential, commercial in Elizabeth, we've been there for 60 years, and we work with the residents, and I think that every business reflects on the ownership. And leadership comes top down. So if he enforces the rules in his establishment and cares about the residents, which I think all the residents, would like for the owner to care about us, he has a business to operate, and we have to respect that as well. But I believe that he will, from top bottom, as he's running his establishment now, because I have not seen anything in the last 2 years that has upset me. Not even to the point where a car's parked in front of my house, and I'm 2 houses away from Angelo's. And to mention, 2 years ago, I made a sizable investment in my own property to raise my kids in Kenilworth. So I'm here for the long haul. And me personally, I'll invest and I'll say, hey, listen, Angelo, I trust Angelo if he says, I'm gonna keep this clean, I'm gonna keep everything in order, I'm gonna make sure that everything's done the right way, because at the end of the day, it's who runs the business. That's what it comes down to. And I think that's what's most important. Obviously, you guys put, you always have, hopefully, the residents in mind and our feelings. And like I said, I do understand the fellow residents on 9th Street, and they're not wrong. They have the right to be concerned, but I also do believe that it's going to be a business. And from what he has shown us in the last 2 years, that he does care about also the residents on the street. As I say, I speak for myself with that, but I strongly believe that. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rodriguez, right?
The Crincoli.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Crincoli, excuse me, I'm sorry. Again, the question to you, did you mention how long you live in there?
13 years. A little over 13 years now.
13? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cabral. I'm sorry to get your name wrong.
That's right.
Anyone else from the public? Come on up, please. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Elba Recalde. I live in the 53 North 10th Street. So we moved 2 years ago to this beautiful and quiet town. And basically my house is at the front of the restaurant. So I'm gonna share my experience now because sometimes I see, when the restaurant is closed, people coming out from the restaurant, standing at the front of my house with the cars, with the doors open, loud music, laughing, some, during night hours that, my kids couldn't sleep all those time. Yeah, and they say, Mom, can you say them to be quiet because I can't sleep? So I say sometimes because now I see the restaurant has a long movement. So I can imagine in the future. So my question for you is who is going to control those situations? Because, it's a resident area, a quiet area, and it's going to be hard with this. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? We have one more?
I think,
Are you coming? I don't know if she's coming.
I don't either.
I think so. Yes.
Hi, my name is Maria Loiget, and I'm representing the Sino family on 9th Street. I'll answer your question that you would like to ask. I was born in 1975 on 8th Street. We moved to 9th Street in 1980, so my family has been residents for 43 years. We've watched the evolution of this business area, and as my neighbors have said, it has been worse in the past. we've had inebriated customers from this location in our backyard. So we have had to make improvements to our property to kind of like fight against this obstacle. So we've put up fences and tried to maintain the area, plant trees. We've done all kinds of things to try to create a border between this industrial area, which is just inches away from where we sleep, or as a previous speaker said, our living rooms where we're trying to raise children and just live our lives. So some of the words that were mentioned tonight are a bit disturbing because, as my neighbor said, this business that is in place now is abiding by the guidelines that were set forth for the protection of our residents. It is a beautiful area. It is, we all brought these homes because it's quiet. Children will ride their bikes in that packaging factory. Children will ride their bikes there. And those hours are after 4 o'clock, those hours that they would like to utilize to their advantage. We are also utilizing that property to our advantage too. We take our dogs for walks. My sister takes her dog for a walk there. It's beautiful. So if those cars will be in there, and especially in those night hours, that would be a little bit of a struggle for us. It's a little bit a big change to our neighborhood. Some of the words that were alarming to me, cigar bar, sump pump, dumpster, all of these things do impact us. These things are visible. When you drive down up 9th Street where I am, you can see that dumpster now. You can see all those cars piling up. I'm concerned about the impervious area that's there. Right now, there is a bit of grassy area in between the two properties. How much of that grassy area will remain, if any?
There's no proposal to touch that. That's not our problem. That's not Angela's problem.
But you're extending.
No, not into that area. The extension is going into the existing parking lot.
It's going to sit on top, the extension is going to sit on top of blacktop that's there now.
He has already increased that. The stones that are there, the parking lot that was there, has been enhanced. It's coming closer and closer to our homes. Grassy area has already been taken. People are putting up fences to try to protect themselves because no one is protecting us. The businesses are not creating obstacles for us so that we don't have to look at things that aren't quite pleasing to the eye. I will agree, though, that I just want to look through my notes of everything that was said tonight. I will agree that this is one of the best commercial occupants of that area.
You're saying that Angelo is?
Angelo is, yeah. Right, because it's dinner. It's people not going there for the purpose of getting inebriated. They're going there to have dinner and they're going home. We still see a few stragglers here and there. We still have people parking. Previously we had people parking on our street to get to the 10th Street and walking across, and it was a bit of an invasion of our privacy. So that's happening a little less, but I'm afraid that will start happening again, especially if we're driving around the block, especially if we're increasing your patronage there. I'd like to know more about the inlet. Someone mentioned an inlet.
Sure, yeah, sure, absolutely. The board engineer recommended that the roof drains be tied into stormwater management inlet, and our engineer agreed to work with him to make sure that was done. So there's already infrastructure out there that we would tie into.
Yeah, so Angelo did mention, or someone mentioned that Angelo does get some leakage. We do get, people on our block do get some flooding. So I am concerned about that as well. We're really maximizing all of this. Let's see if I have some questions. So we talked about earlier, someone mentioned that this is a mixed zone. And I haven't looked at maps, I haven't seen where the industrial section ends and the residential section begins. Can someone explain that?
Mr. Mr. Curto, maybe you could do that?
Yes, I believe the demarcation is Washington Street between the industrial area to the north and residential to the south.
Okay, so and Washington Street, Washington is a grassy area right now in and of itself. So it's a desirable place to just relax and sit. So I don't see this as helping our property value. Somebody mentioned improving the property value. I think this will do the polar opposite of that. So I hope you'll keep in mind that the residents have that as a concern. So Angelo mentioned that he's been in business 1 year, and I find it interesting that he'd like to make all these improvements after just 1 year of business, because as someone was asking, what happens if certain things don't go as planned? And then we have all of these changes that have been made, because we actually have seen many owners come through here and many businesses come through here. So how do we know that this business will be here for the long haul, and now we're not going through all of this for naught? He also had a prior restaurant, I believe. So, why weren't all of those ideologies placed upon that one, on that restaurant? What drew him to this restaurant and makes him think that this is the ideal place for those improvements? I wonder that. I think everything else has already been stated, so I appreciate you allowing us to have this time tonight, and I hope you'll really consider the residents of those few blocks and Kenilworth in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, I grew up on 9th Street.
Could you state your name, please?
Michelle Sino, and I'm currently living on 8th Street. We sometimes see an overflow of cars. I believe they are now sometimes parked on the grassy area towards the parking lot. How do we know, or who will enforce how are we to say that cars that are we're saying right now that the cars are going to be in the paved area of the factory that's by Washington. How do we know, and how can we enforce that the cars won't eventually leak onto the grassy area? It's just something I want you all to keep in mind as you make your decision.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else from the public?
Motion to close the public.
Motion made by Mr. David, seconded by Mr. Clemente. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, here we are.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be very brief in the interest of time. I know we're going to another application. First of all, I want to thank the board's consultants and the members of the public who showed interest in the application. And again, I'll be very brief. As you've heard this evening, Angelo is looking to make a significant investment in this property. In a time where many restaurants are failing with COVID and others that have never returned, it's good to see a restaurant that's actually doing well enough to make this type of investment. Valet is nothing new to Kenilworth. Majority of restaurants in Kenilworth either use valet or have street parking. This isn't something unique. I can't imagine what Kenilworth's restaurant scene would look like if there was a total ban or restriction for that type of an arrangement. It's worked for many restaurants. Le Wrigley has been here for many years, and it exists solely with valet. There's many examples of it working properly. Angelo's, the comments from the public support the fact that he's running a good business. I haven't heard anything to contradict that. He's running a good business. There's nothing to suggest that he wouldn't continue to do so. Our planners addressed the parking variance. As you heard, that valet parking will be utilized to address those busy times. It's to Angelo's benefit to make this work. Customers, everyone here goes to restaurants. If it's difficult or impossible to park, you'll go somewhere else. So it's a self-regulating to a certain extent. Angelo's commitment to the borough, I think, goes a long way for this application. The use won't change. It's a permitted use. So if there's complaints about a restaurant as a use, that's not an appropriate concern. That's a permitted use in this zone. We're not here for a use variance. We're not interjecting or introducing a new use to an area where it's not supposed to be. The parking is a legitimate issue, and I believe we've addressed that properly. But if there's concerns about having a restaurant, or there's dislike of a restaurant at this zone, there will always be a restaurant here. There can always be a restaurant here. So, again, I appreciate the concerns. I think we've done an adequate job addressing those concerns this evening, and I hope that the borough would support this business owner as he looks to continue his investment in the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piparo. Okay, board members? Do we have some discussion here?
Should we hear from our professionals as far as the checklist?
We can do that at this point. Well, let's start out with Mr. Curto. Let's see what you have to say about what you heard here tonight, and did the people meet your criteria of what you set forth?
Thank you, Chairman. The engineer and the planner addressed all the comments that I had some concerns about, obviously, the driveway aisle, and they were able to address my concerns regarding that, and also my issues with the stormwater. They said they will address that as well. I don't really have any other concerns because they've addressed them all.
Earlier, I heard either you or the testimony referring to adequate lighting. Are you satisfied with, if this should be approved, are you satisfied with the lighting proposed?
There was a little bit of I think Mr. Deck thought that I said that the lighting was going over. I was saying that the lighting needs to go a little bit further in terms of the parking. It looks, based on the diagram, that the last maybe 5 or 6 feet isn't lit well enough for the parking. It should extend a little bit more towards the, I guess, the car repair business.
Ed, are you finished, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
Ed, what do you have?
I think that the planner and the engineer addressed, I think, just about all the comments in Kevin's report. They did identify that there were 2 apartments upstairs. There's a separate parking requirement for that type of use where you have residential in a commercial use, and it's 1 per unit. It doesn't matter how many bedrooms. So that's the requirement there, and as the commissioner pointed out, that's not on site, so that'll have to be on the street. That's the way it is now. So I was satisfied with that answer. When I looked at the plans, there was one thing that struck me in that it didn't appear that there's any, let's call it, communication between the upper floor and the lower floor in terms of the customers. When you come in that side door, you go downstairs. When you come in, and it doesn't look like there's a way into the restaurant, so it's a separate space, a separate function. And I think they've addressed why that is, and that's sort of more an event space, a private party space, versus the upstairs, which will continue as a restaurant. So those were some things I was questioning just from re-looking at the plans, but I think those were addressed by the professionals.
Okay. Thank you. Frank, do you have anything for us?
Just real quick, I saw a question and I wasn't quite sure from the plans. Are you proposing to repave the parking lot, or is it's just existing and repairing?
No.
Just striped.
Just striped and saw cutting and repairing. Okay.
Okay. Anyone else from our board here have anything to discuss? Mr. Scuderi.
Just to address some of the comments with that the residents had. I guess the valet can be, some of the parking issues could be solved with the valet, we just put a condition that they will only park in that lot or not in residential areas with the vehicles that they're valeting. So we don't have some of the houses down the street that are getting parked in front of at least by valet. Obviously, we can't do anything with the customers that are holding up parking, but we make sure that the valet is not placing cars in front of any residential houses. And then the garbage, he has an area for the garbage now, so I'm sure that's not going to be an issue, the garbage being left on the handicap ramp, accessible ramp or anything like that, because now it's being fully declosed. So as long as he's going to commit to using that garbage enclosure and doing that, I think that addresses some of the problems that the residents have.
Anyone else from the board?
Obviously it's parking, so, and it seems kind of loose as far as the agreement with the, or maybe it can be tightened up as far as the agreement with the neighbor, that how do we make sure that survives, Angelo's business, survives the 4-year term on the lease, has some type of parameters built into it, and I'm not saying I know what parameters, some type of parameters built into it, so there are some guidelines as to how the valet parking is handled to minimize any impact on residents. How do we prevent, somebody mentioned the creep, because I could see an event where, God willing, the place is packed, and that, so what's going to happen? It's going to be, is there a plan? Is it going to creep into that grass area? Is it going to creep into Washington? Is that acceptable? Is it not acceptable? That's the only place that I really, in my head, would like to see how we can tighten this thing up, and whether or not you guys could address that, or if the rest of the board has any feelings on that.
Anybody else?
I agree with the sentiment here about making that a condition. I gotta imagine, with that increased liability to the town to have people parking on the paper streets and then walking through them, it's not an intended use for the paper streets to have it used as a parking lot.
No, I've not read the borough's insurance policies, but I would assume that would cover it up. Pick it up. But I agree, from a legal perspective, the one thing that would have to be nailed down if you want to approve this would be the valet parking. I think Joe Paparo knows what's going on. We would have to build in a minimum number of spaces, no parking in residential areas. It would have to be, I would want to see something in writing, not just with 5 years, but with a lock-in for if Angelo wanted it, maybe in 5-year increments. We have to have something, if the board approves this, we have to have something that locks in those spaces for, if he's there for 20 years, for 30 years, we can't have this ripped apart in 4 years. And it would have to survive, like in a normal residential lease, if I have a 5-year lease and the owner sells, I'm still entitled to remain. So we'd have to have something that survives either Angelo leaving or, with a new owner, or with a new person coming in behind him, so they can't just walk in and bail out of the parking lot. Because that, from what I see, and I don't vote, but that's the key to this whole thing, unless he lowers his number of seats inside just to bring that demand down. But I don't know how far, we've not really touched on that, it was raised, but if you bring the number of seats down a bit, that might help, at least from the number standpoint, in terms of the parking. The fewer people that are allowed in there, enough for him to do business, but maybe a little relief on the parking end of it. But that would have to be nailed down, because that would be, I'd have to look at it, we'd have to record the lease, just so nobody can wiggle out of it. But that's it.
Okay. Mr. David?
Yeah, for me, I think satisfying the parking basically through the use of valet is almost a non-starter. The attorney mentioned that La Grilla has basically they're serviced mostly with valet, and that may or may not be true. But in any event, that particular establishment is completely within an industrial or commercial zone. This is the only restaurant, to my knowledge, that is directly adjacent to single-family homes, and that's a big difference here when you think about comparing it to other restaurants in the community. So for me, I have a hard time voting for this.
So, let me weigh in. I've listened to all the testimony, and I understand the sentiment from the public. And I also asked the question, how long have you lived there? And with complete respect, I'm going to make these statements, with complete respect. There's been a restaurant on that block for how many years? Do you know, Mr. Scuderi?
Well, I've been alive 64 years, so I know it's either been a bar or restaurant for 64 years.
So I need to talk a little bit more about that because I believe that Mr. Croncoli hit the nail on the head. You got one of the finer restaurants on that block at this particular point. I always say, I know what I got, I don't know what I'm going to get. There is going to be a point in our decision-making that it's evident that the way the restaurant stands, I think the applicant is saying, I need to enhance my restaurant business so I could get this business going. The worst thing I would want to see is that if Angelo's had to close up because he couldn't meet the end number or whatever it is, and I'm not talking finance, I know that's not why we're here, but I have to say, God forbid he should leave. God forbid we have that same situation of the people coming out of the old establishments that they had there and they're urinating on the cars and they're yelling and screaming and the noise factor and all of that. I do know that when these residents purchased this house, this establishment was here and it was in disarray. And I don't know if these residents have gone and had dinner at Angelo's restaurant. I can tell you that from the inside, it's a class act. I don't think someone is going to invest that kind of money to have a dungeon, a place where they're going to have activities and craziness that is going on. It's a different atmosphere. We're in a different time. I do understand the parking problem, but I also know the restaurant business. It's going to be very few and far between when their capacity is going to be full up and down. Can we live with that? Well, maybe so. But I have to say that I can't see Kenilworth going forward without looking at this from what we're trying to develop here in our town. We have other businesses coming in. They want to go someplace to have a nice dinner. They want to have a party. Or they want to have a communion or whatever it is. And why send them to Cranford and Garwood and Westfield when we have the establishment right here? We have somebody who's taking care of his business. And I believe that it'd be good for Kenilworth. I mean, as my vice chair just said, that he thinks he has a hard time voting for this because of the parking. For the one time in many years, I think we're in a difference of opinion, only because I think it is something that is going to be of value and essential to Kenilworth and Kenilworthians. So, with that being said, that doesn't mean it's gospel. Yes, Mr. Liddell?
I have a question for Mr. Carroll.
Sure.
Would the applicant consider reducing several tables on that down area to make the parking more reasonable?
Yes, that was, and I wasn't being rude, that's what we were talking about.
Okay, because that would change my opinion.
Right now, you're at 141?
Right now, I think we're focusing on the downstairs at 60, correct? 60 downstairs.
You have 60 at the tables and 6 at the bar. So you're not going to give up the 6 bar, right?
No. Angela would lower it from 60 to 50 down there, if that helps. 10 seats.
That's 15 parking spaces, right?
Yeah.
So then you're closer to...
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody have a question?
Yeah, Mr.
Oh, Mr. Demondo, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
On the first floor down is the one I'm bringing on A1. There's 54 dining seats.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm counting 54 seats on the dining area on the first floor now.
He has 48 seats in the main dining room, 11 at the bar, and 16 up on the stage.
What's that total? With 74?
75.
So what number, anything over that number is going to trigger valet? Is that the condition, or was that mentioned?
I think you're on the right road there. I think because he doesn't need valet now, and he's operating, right? So anything downstairs would trigger the valet.
So anything over 75 now, that's it?
Correct. But, I mean, doing crazy math, yeah.
I think we'd have to figure it out and put it in as a condition.
He would drop to 131 total then?
Correct, with the loss of 10 seats downstairs, that would bring the total seats to 131.
What I'm trying to say, imply, regardless if they decide to put 50 people upstairs and 20 people downstairs, that's not going to be enough to trigger the valet. It's anything that's more than what they have now to accommodate their business.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for those guys, but somebody who's done this before, you're talking max capacity, that's with every seat filled.
Right.
Not to speak for, but I can say I've been to restaurants and never has every seat been filled. There are couples have gone out, 3 people have gone out. So it's a vague number when you come to a direct calculation when it comes to that. You can't determine if 2 couples or 4 people go in 1 car. You can make a base calculation of it. And I think you're right with the reduction process. Will we get closer to the number that you feel comfortable, Greg?
Yeah, well, again, the ordinance requires a number of spaces, so regardless of how many people.
We can't nail down an exact number.
Right.
But I say that you want a comfort level, right?
Right. I want to come as close to the requirements of the borough as possible.
But I'm saying, we can't come to we're never going to come to an exact number. Because we can say.
Again, I'm looking for the exact number is the borough requirement.
I hope you're busy every night.
What's the borough requirement?
According to Kevin's report.
Okay, what's the...
He's 15 short, basically.
And by removing with the 25 valet spots, he was, according to Kevin, he's got, actually it's 1 less, because we thought it was 8 spaces, it's 7 spaces, right? So he's actually 16 short. Okay.
He was, what, 26 short? Something like that?
Well, basically, right now, rather than trying to review the numbers, he's 16
short based on Kevin's calculations.
By giving up 10 seats, he's there. He's there.
Well, it's not 1 space per seat, so that's not completely accurate.
No.
That'd be great.
Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say huh.
If you say do 1 person per space.
Yeah, right. And so I get that.
So the way I'm looking at it is, if I'm understanding this right, right now, there's no dedicated parking spots.
There's 7 on site.
That are dedicated to it?
Yeah.
So
6 and then 1 handicap.
Correct.
On site.
And what are we required?
Well,
I mean, we already heard testimony that they're really not using the spots for the restaurant that way, because the coach workers are using it and everything else.
No, that's happening now, that's not happening.
No, that's what I'm saying. So right now, how many spots we have as it exists that we're actually using for the restaurant? How many spaces as of this moment today are they, is on that property?
7 or 8.
8 or 9?
Are there any spots that are actually being used for the restaurant parking as of this, right now, today?
I think that it's 8. I think 8.
Again, if you read Kevin's report, he says there are 9. So if we trust Kevin, and this is as it stands now, it says clearly there are currently 9 spaces on site, none of which are handicapped. So that's what he says. That's what it says.
And you factor in the 25 and then street parking, whatever that may be.
So how many short are we right now from the code?
Again,
If he does not give up the...
75, right? We should have 25 spots?
Kevin's calculations are, as it stands now, without any reductions, they need 48 parking
The
spaces.
question I'm asking, right now, we should have 25 spots. And we have 9. so we're 16 spots short. of
Okay,
that.
that's the reason.
So we're kind of in the same boat, whether we do, you're still 16 spots short.
Yeah.
Because you're getting another property for the valet. So you're really not changing it at all.
But he's reducing the number of tables, right?
Now, if you're reducing the number of tables, you're probably a little bit better.
Which is going to hide my condition with anything that exceeds what's currently there now should trigger the valet. So to kind of offset the point that.
So if I understand you, you need 70, how many patrons? 75 patrons before it triggers the valet?
Yeah, 'cause there's 56 seats in the back here now, plus 11 at the bar. Correct.
So is that a condition? I don't know how that works, but man,
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, because unless you knew that you had reservations totaling 75 patrons, you know, I don't know if Angela has the ability to call his valet and say, I just hit 75, you need to get down here and start valeting. I mean, that doesn't seem very reasonable, so
I think
somehow we have to come to some kind of...
if he hits 75 or 76, he's parking cars.
What the valet condition was that the downstairs gets in use, correct? And that would trigger the valet. Am I wrong?
No.
That's what we proposed.
That's
Yeah, I
what
mean,
proposed.
I think that's all you can do.
I think that's the only way that it'll be an
What
automatic.
was that?
When the downstairs is utilized, whether it's one table or all 50 seats,
That's when it triggers the
he has an
valet?
obligation to use the valet.
Because the existing restaurant doesn't have valet,
Correct.
so the upstairs...
So there's two couples downstairs.
You gonna get the valet?
I mean, again, we don't need to talk couples. He's saying that if they are going to utilize the downstairs space,
It would trigger the valet.
it triggers the valet.
Okay, but
It has to.
let's be realistic, all right? I mean, I understand where everybody's going, but a little reality here, right? 10 of us just got off the board meeting. We want to go have a glass of wine and a steak, but we don't want to be up in Gen Pop. He's only got 8 people upstairs, but we're going to go downstairs and have a steak. He's got to call the valet?
Well, the upstairs would have to be capacity.
We shouldn't be meeting together because we might be in violation and having an illegal board meeting, so...
All right, we would have quorum, but you see where I'm going? That's going to get here.
You can't demand it. Well, I mean, he shouldn't allow him to say, like, I want to sit downstairs when there's a restaurant and it's completely open. It doesn't make any sense to me, so...
There's a line where where we're managing his business.
Yeah, right.
It's gotta be, we gotta put faith in him to do what needs to be done.
But you have to have a clear-cut
I know.
delineation as to when it kicks in. Again, saying a number of patrons to me doesn't work, because that means he's counting all night until he hits the number, and then he's going to call the valet.
Possible too. We can't afford it.
I don't know, Greg, I disagree with, they shouldn't be downstairs. If we want to have a business meeting, not a quorum, about maybe 10 of us want to go on a vacation, but we don't want to be involved where other people are dining, and we want to have a quick conversation. It's kind of hard to say that anytime somebody goes downstairs, it triggers a valet.
Well, there's no, let me try to explain. You said there's no, like, I can't think of the right word, but maneuverability between the first floor and the second floor, right? So you come in and say, I want to sit downstairs. He's got to open the downstairs kitchen and bar to service you. That doesn't make sense, so.
No,
anyway.
I don't think it makes sense.
But I'm saying,
it doesn't make sense.
It seems clear that to come...
That would be the exception.
Right.
It's not the
Okay, I think we've exhausted this.
Yeah.
So, I guess what you're talking about is giving up 10 tables?
Giving up 10 seats.
10
down
seats.
from
10 seats, I'm sorry.
From
10
60 to
tables.
50, which gets us much closer, as the vice chairman is looking for, get us much closer to that parking requirement.
Okay. So, we talked about 131 at this point, right? That was the number?
Yes.
All right. We also talked about, we also talked about a condition about the 4 years with the parking lease agreement, that it would be extended, and it would also go into, if Angelo decided to sell the property, it would go to the next...
Survive the...
Yes, it would survive the property, not the owner. Correct?
For the use, correct.
If the board approved this Mr. Pepero and I could probably work that out prior to our having to memorialize the resolution.
Yeah,
So I can see it.
There's one more possibility from the parking perspective. I mean, Angelo knows his business, so I don't know. It possibly could be done by specific nights. So again, if he knows that he's always busy, or the potential for needing valets, whatever, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that would be put into, that's a potential option as opposed to trying to figure out when it kicks in. Again, I'm throwing it out there to the board, not to...
I think it's a good idea.
So
it would be available on, because I have available.
Well, again, I think
all the time.
we have to discuss it with the applicant to know what are the busiest nights, and then
Well, certainly Friday and Saturday, but it's not, maybe, Angelo, I don't want that, but come on.
No, he's the practical guy. I mean, maybe he could tell us. Angela? Just saying.
You don't want it every Friday.
Friday and Saturday, that's a little busy.
Okay. That's your busier nights, Angelo.
Yes.
I just want to ask you a question.
A week is like 3, 4 table. That's it.
I understand. So on Wednesday night, somebody wants to go downstairs and they have 35 people for a special party that they're having. Maybe somebody's retiring. What do you do? Is he allowed to open it up on Thursday night for valet?
Yeah.
Why not? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're not just going to restrict this to Friday and Saturday?
That's optional. What we're talking about is.
Yeah, we're talking about
Friday and Saturday, he has
part
to
of the
have, he
conditions.
has to have an valet, but any other time, it's up to him.
Okay.
If I'm a busy.
So, let me just articulate this. Every Friday and Saturday is not a guarantee that he needs valet. It's seasonal. I'm sure certain times of the year, it could be Friday night, but you're not getting the same crowd that you would on a Friday night another time of year, correct?
Yes.
So every Friday night, you do not need valet. Is that accurate? So that's the hesitancy of just saying every Friday night he needs it, because that's not indicative of the business that you sell, correct?
Correct. Yes.
I thought we were saying he would need valet parking available on Friday and Saturday nights, and then now we're saying no? Or?
Every Friday and Saturday, he must use valet. Is that what the board is saying?
That was kind of what we were thinking, yes.
But again, I don't know, I'm having a problem with what you guys are saying. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if we're going to approve an application, nobody said this is approved. If you're going to approve an application, how do you tell a business owner what he can and cannot do on any given night if he has the valet service available to him? And look, let's understand, we understand the residents, but we all have to understand the business owner. If he has if he's at capacity and he's going to open up downstairs, he calls in the valet. Can you tell us how you foresee it working?
Have you had experience with
One question at a time.
Well, it ties in with what?
One question at a time.
Okay, and if Friday night, if I'm very busy, open up downstairs. If I open downstairs, I bring the valet to valet the car. And Saturday, same thing.
But on demand, like you'll just call, oh, it looks like it's getting busy, or you'll be able to tell through your reservations?
Through your reservation. Before they come in, like 20 people, they make a reservation. Yes.
Everybody has to make a reservation. You can't control that.
They don't walk in there like a group without a reservation.
On Fridays, not for Saturdays.
Pretty much has. Yes, you can. Like 7 minutes a week. However many seats they knew they needed, because they don't have adequate parking. So you can control your, and in order to bring people, basically, we don't have to approve this application unless they meet, well, I'm saying, unless they meet our conditions.
We have to also make it sensible.
Well, we're trying to do that. We're trying to come to a reasonable accommodation where, the concerns of the residents and the parking situation are met, in addition to Angelo being able to run his business. And I don't have the answers.
They use the valet and just put it in there unless downstairs is being used for a special event. And that's when the valet has to be used.
So if I'm hearing him correctly, and this is where I guess I'm going with that, I'm not him, Mr. Ladati. What Mr. Ladati just said, if there's a special event, you must have the valet triggered for your party.
Yes.
And you also would have to valet anything above 75 patrons at one given time. Is that where you were going?
Well, that's where Lou was going, and I didn't decide.
Agreed?
I think we've got it.
Do you have it?
It's okay by me, if everybody else is, yeah.
With all special events and over 75 on any night.
Any night.
Okay.
Okay, that triggers the valet, let's leave it at that.
With the reduction in the tables.
With the what?
10
10 reduction in people.
seats, 10 fewer seats.
Yeah, with the reduction.
Okay. Pretty soon, we're going to have to come to a motion here, so you're going to have to recite the conditions, Lou.
Well, we just talked about the valet service, which seems to be...
That's ironed out.
And yeah, we have all special events triggers a valet, and 75 customers or over would trigger a valet. We need to leave it up to the owner to figure out the logistics, which we really can't get into. We're going to want to see a written lease, at minimum 4 years with some extensions in writing that, Joe, we can lock in, so if either people behind you or Angelo leaves, that still remains in place to protect an obligation to protect them and to protect the borough and the neighborhood. It's just so we have, and no parking on residential streets.
Correct.
We have that. Building's going to be sprinklered. I'm assuming that's on the plans. The building being.
That's on the plan, that's not a condition.
131 seats total, fire suppression systems, which is on the plan. You're going to strike the parking lot. Is that on the plans?
Yes.
Okay. That's, I mean, it took,
So the only other condition that I kind of remember here is that the engineer is looking for more lighting? Is that?
More lighting and drainage.
And is the lighting and the drain will be tied into the catch basin or whatever structure's out there?
Agreed.
Does the applicant have any opposition to that? So that's part of the condition?
lighting plans and drainage plans will be submitted to
The engineer?
Yes.
I don't think the board has to see that. I mean, it's a lighting for the...
We haven't in the past.
Okay. Okay. So did everyone understand the conditions?
That's it.
Okay.
Preliminary and final site plan approval with the variances that the main one being parking. There's others that are not, that exist, but they're not going anywhere.
And Lou, just for the record, just so it's clear, it's 50 spaces are required, as Christian and Kevin O'Brien, they assessed two extra.
With the residential.
Two extra for the residential. I just want to make sure the variance shows 50 versus,
Yeah,
they're
okay.
suggesting it should be 50.
Okay.
So to make this simple, what I'm going to ask the board is someone make a motion to approve this application based on the conditions that are set forth here. Now, you can yay or nay it, so we don't have to say disapprove or approve. We can do this any way we want, okay? So that's what's out there.
I'll make a motion to accept what Lou had articulately described as part of how
The
we move forward.
And you'll all see...
To approve.
Yes.
Condition to approve.
Okay.
And you'll all see the resolutions ahead of time, so...
The motion is made by Mr. Morrow. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Demondo. Roll, I'm sorry, I saw him first, okay?
One other thing, Rich.
Hold on.
I'd like to see the lease, we can work on the lease, but I want that attached to the resolution, so any 10 years from now, someone can look at the resolution and see the lease, but it's also got to be recorded somewhere. Somewhere, so it's in the chain of title in case someone sells. You agree with me on that, or?
Or we could just say that they have to return.
Okay.
Or the next, if he doesn't want that in, or if the next restaurant doesn't want to abide by that, they have to come back to the board. I think that would probably be...
Because that'll open up the whole thing again.
Yeah, and then the board gets to say yea or nay then.
All right, okay.
So the motion was made by Mr. Morrow, seconded by Mr. Demondo. Roll call, please.
Mr. Paserno?
Yes.
Mr. Morrow?
Yes.
Mr. David?
Yes.
Mr. Clementi?
Yes.
Mr. Mazzio?
Yes.
Mr. Ladavia?
Yes.
Mr. Colella?
Yes.
Mr. Scudery?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
And Mr. Demondo?
Yes.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much.
That was easy. Let's take everybody.
Ms. Vapari, you prepared an excellent team of men there. Thank you very much for doing it.
Appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
I'm sorry, can you propose a recess real quick? Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to take a short recess before we start the next hearing.
Yes. Okay, all in favor? Yes. Within 5 minutes, okay?
Motion to go back into the meeting, I guess.
Motion by Mr. David, second by Mr. Ladati, all in favor? Okay, all right, just let me get organized here because I had a lot of paperwork that got moved here just now. Okay, our next application is application number 5-22392, 251 Monroe. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, Larry Family, on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Chairman, given the hour of the night, and I know we've got some members of the public here with us, I just want to frame out what we maybe hope to do this evening and let you know the path that maybe we can proceed given the time of the night.
Okay.
So, and then I'll go to the background very briefly before we get to our first witness. We're going to have 3 witnesses on the project, Mr. Chairman and members. We're going to have an operator speak on behalf of the proposed tenant from DOCA. We've got about 5 minutes of direct testimony for that witness. I realize there might be questions from both board and public, but we've got about 5 minutes of testimony.
Okay.
Our project engineer is probably the lion's share of our direct, 15 minutes or so on direct testimony from our project engineer. We're not really building anything new, so maybe the questions might be kind of limited. I think we can reconcile a lot of the comments into reports with our engineering, so we might be able to go through that relatively expeditiously. But our project planner, notwithstanding the fact that there's a few nominal bulk variances, our project planner is probably 7 minutes on direct testimony. So we've got a 30-minute case, soup to nuts on direct, bearing in mind, of course, there's going to be questions from the board. So at your pleasure, Mr. Chairman and members, we'd like to start proceeding tonight, see how far we get, and then go from there.
Are we on notice and publication? Okay.
Okay. Are we good? Let's do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So very briefly, the property 251 Monroe, it's a multiple series of contiguous lots. It's a very large site, about 43 acres. It's operational there today for about nearly a century. It's been there. Multiple commercial structures, multiple tenants. Effectively, it's warehousing, contractor storage yard uses, outdoor, equipment, container storage. This has been there for decades. Many of the tenants that are there have been there for decades. We're not here for those existing tenants. We're not here for any notice of violations that issue that said come into the board for relief because you guys are doing something wrong. We're simply here for the new tenant that's being proposed to operate here, which is DOCA USA Limited. Representative DOCA will testify shortly. DOCA is making a significant investment in the property. DOCA's occupancy here is in line with the existing uses, permitted uses. It's remarkably consistent as far as use and intensity goes to what's there today. They're just a new tenant. They happen to trigger site plan review and a few bulk variances. That's what brings us before the board here this evening. So it's relatively a simple story to tell that we're going to tell you as a board. We're not really doing all that much on the site except for populating it with a new tenant. But through that, I realized this site probably has not been to any site plan application, at least in many, many years, if at all. So we're going to give you a sense, of course, as to what's on the property today, existing, but I would like our neighbors to bear in mind that we're not here asking to ratify any of that. It exists lawfully, those other tenants. So we'll walk you around this 43-acre site as we go through it and tell you who does what. Our project engineer will do that at a high level, but we're going to focus on the proposed tenancy, which is what triggering the site plan and the bulk variance, Mr. Chairman. And with that, if there are no questions of me, I'd like to get right to it with our first witness, our operator on behalf of DOCA.
I think we'll go right to it.
Very good, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So John D'Amico will come up.
John, could you raise your right hand, please? With regard to this application, do you swear your testimony you're about to give shall be the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Sure, it's John D'Amico, JOHN-DIMICCO.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And John, for the record, what is your affiliation with the applicant entity?
I've been with DOCA now for 15 years in total. I've worked in various positions in the operations department. Most recently, I was head of operations for DOCA USA for the last 5 years, and now recently, over the last month, have been making my transition into a new role, which is branch manager of the Northeast branch here in Kenilworth.
And you heard my proffer to the board, DOCA's here to occupy and tenant a portion of the property, the very large property here. Fair enough to say you're familiar with the Doka operations, including what we propose here.
Fair enough to say, yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking the board through very briefly what it is that Doka does internationally, and I know what we're going to do here, what we will do at the Kenilworth site, and then we'll make you available to any questions the board members might have.
Absolutely. Thank you. So I think it would be prudent to just give a little background on the organization in total. So the Undash Group is a family-owned group of companies that was founded in 1878. So Doka is a subsidiary of the Undash Group. Doka was founded in Amstetten, Austria in 1956. There are currently we're operating in 70 countries worldwide. There are approximately 160 sales and logistics facilities around the world, and in total there's over 7,000 employees for Doka. Let's get a little closer to home, Doka USA. We currently have 10 locations located throughout the US, with our US headquarters and Northeast branch location now located here in Kenilworth. So the question really is, what is Doka? So really, at its core, Doka is a construction equipment supply company. This includes materials like forming equipment, shoring, scaffolding, plywood, construction site safety material. Being that the business here in the Northeast is roughly 60% rental and 40% sale, we are also equipped with the ability to recondition and process material. So what that means is we ship material to a project site, contractors use the equipment, 60% of the time it comes back to our facility for processing and reconditioning before we then move forward and send it to another customer or another site. So when I talk about processing or reconditioning, really what I mean is it could be a couple different things, something like cleaning, cutting, welding, frame repair, dent repair, assembling, disassembling, things like that. Really just with the intended goal to make sure that the material is safe and functional on any project that we put it on. Doka also offers a pre-assembly service, which means we design and build custom solutions, really to provide top quality service depending on any conditions on site. So we're really a full service shop in that way. To operate efficiently and kind of those things that I talked about in all those different areas, Doka has invested heavily here in our new home in Kenilworth. We have a fully remodeled 2-story office building, state-of-the-art material processing and yard operation facilities. And in total, this houses about 150 total employees here in Kenilworth. In terms of, let's go in terms of trucking, Doka does have 6 of their own company-owned trucks, which include 15 48-foot trailers, 1 24-foot flatbed, and on average, I would say our operations team handles between 16 and 20 truckloads per day. So what that means is we get 16 to 20 trucks that either get loaded with material going to a project site or material coming back from a project site that's being loaded to be processed and reconditioned to go out to another site. There are times when we use external trucking companies or freight forwarders. We usually do this when a load is longer than 4 to 6 hours away, or just depending on overall capacity for that day or for that week. And I think it's important to note that even when we do use external trucks, they are never parked on our premises outside of regular business hours. Our outdoor storage space is gold for us. It's really the most important asset that we have, and that area is used specifically for storing and processing equipment. Hours of operation, since I mentioned not being there outside of regular business hours, Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 3:30. Sometimes we do work a half shift on Saturday, which is 7:30 to 11:30, and we just do this as needed in reference to capacity to catch up on material processing or organization in the yard space. Other than that, I think it's just important to note that Doka is very much willing to kind of continue to invest in our business here. So as the business grows and as technology advances, we do expect that we would be able to kind of upgrade these outdoor facilities and yard operations facilities even further going forward. I think that's really high level. I hope I covered really the key points, but I'd be open to answer any questions.
We'll turn it to the board in a minute, Joe. Just one quick thing. I know we've got other facilities throughout the U.S., and I think we have facilities that are in areas relatively similar to what we've got here. Is that right?
100% correct.
Do you tend to have any problems with the community as far as complaints go, violations, anything like that? Never. Thank you, John. Mr. Chairman, I make Mr. D'Amico available to any questions you folks might
My
have.
question to you is hours of operation. You got 7:30 to 3:30, Monday through Friday. Is it typical to when the trucks, those trucks that you described earlier, will they get loaded the day before and then they're pulling out at 7:30? Or do they get out earlier?
So there is an opportunity that they do get loaded in best case scenario the night before.
Meaning before 3:30?
Before 3:30, yes, sir.
Okay.
And there are times when they would be leaving before 7:30. The actual working in the yard space would be shipping and receiving, starting that day would be 7:30 to 3:30.
What time would the earliest be that those trucks are leaving the yard?
They're usually on the road by between 6:30 and 7:30.
And they're 48-foot trailers?
48-foot trailers, or we have 24-foot flatbed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you say that there are 150 or 250 employees in Kenilworth?
150.
150, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are those employees coming from other locations, or are you hiring people from our town?
So far, we would love to hire people from the town. We're always looking for good people. Right now, those 150 are coming from our former location in Little Ferry, New Jersey.
Are you shutting down in Little Ferry?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry?
Christian.
I didn't see you, Kristen.
With the improvements that you're doing, are you expecting an increase in truck traffic? You said 16 to 20 currently.
No, but ideally, that's currently. Obviously, we want the business to grow. That's really important. And yeah, there is a hope that we would be handling more than 16 to 20 trucks. However, the idea would be to handle them more efficiently. And as we grow, that's why I mentioned technology and kind of investments earlier.
John, right?
Yes.
John, I got to go back to the trucks.
Sure.
In the wintertime, if your truck is pulling out at 6:30, is the warm-up time at 6?
I think it's fair to say that it could be 6:15.
Okay. And just about all those trucks are going to be pulling out at that time?
It just depends on the day. There are days, Tim, that we don't have every truck loaded and going out. It just depends on the capacity for that specific day.
Average 10, maybe?
I would say, no. So let me go back a step. We have 6 trucks. So at most, 6 trucks will be parked on the premises ready to go out in the morning. So those trucks are loaded the night before to leave in the morning. Any outside carriers that we might use, those are being loaded and moving during regular business hours. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Scuderi?
Where are the trucks kept on property overnight?
So the Doka trucks? The Doka trucks, so there's kind of like a specific area to the right-hand side of the property, and they're just kind of lined up there inside.
You're going in off to the right, so they're kind of far away from most of the residential.
Where the guard shack used to be, or where it is?
Yeah.
What do you do, if I may, what are you doing with that parking lot in the front? It looks like you were just working on the parking lot in the front to the left.
Parking lot in the front to the left.
If you approach the building, on the left-hand side, it seems like you were just doing some work in that parking lot in the front?
If it's the main parking lot, it was just being striped.
Okay. Is that would be your employee
That's
parking?
employee parking and visitor.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Callett?
Thank you. Our second witness, thanks, John. Sure. Questions for you. Our second witness, our project engineer, Mr. Rob Pruitt, he's the scrivener of record of the site plans that are on file with the board.
Could you, Rob, raise your right hand, please? With regard to this application, do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name and spell your last name, please, for the record.
Robert Pruitt, F as in Frank, R-E-U-D.
Thank you.
Hey, Rob, briefly for the benefit of the board, your background and credentials in the field of civil engineering?
Sure. I'm a principal and director with Dynamic Engineering, 1904 Main Street, Lake Como, New Jersey. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey since 1999. Before that, I graduated from Lehigh University with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. I've been practicing land development design in New Jersey the entire time. I also have licenses in 6 other states. I have been before this board, it's been a number of years, but I have been from this board and 30 throughout the state.
Well, good. Thank you, Chairman. He renewed his license during the first application tonight, so it's good. So Rob, if you would, bearing in mind the time about us trying to move...
The key was, did he find parking outside?
That's right. If you could walk the board through the site, then perhaps we can mark anything that they haven't seen yet as to what we've got today and the limits and what we're changing tomorrow.
Anything that we haven't seen will mark. I mean, we'll see.
So we'll mark this. This is very similar to page 2 of the site plans, but it is a different aerial image, and we've added some...
So let's mark that A1.
A1.
A1 aerial of site.
Thank you.
This is 12. 11, not yet. Okay, again, A1, this is aerial map exhibit. This is an aerial image that was taken in August of 2020, showing the site as it sits today, or sat in August of 2020, I should say. North is the top of the page. I'm sure many of the board may not have seen back into the property. Again, this hasn't been in for site plan in some time, if ever. So again, this is in the northwest area of town. You've got the Rahway River on the west and north side, Union, Springfield, Cranford, bordering again there, with Lefty Park on the opposite side. Below, we have some of the residential area in the R5 zone. As you go to the east, Monroe Avenue, you've got 8th Street, which is our eastern border there. That's where we obtain our access. And then Sheridan Avenue, parallel to the kind of the northern property line. Give you an idea of where we are in town. And the property itself is Block 6, lots 101 and 103, Block 23, Lot 2, and Block 24, Lot 1, as well as Block 62, Lot 1, known as 251 Monroe Avenue. Little bit unique situation here. We did clarify this coming out of completeness review. Again, we're fronting on 8th Street. Monroe Avenue comes into the property. There's a little piece of Monroe that actually crosses onto this side of 8th Street. There's public right of way. And then that was vacated. There was an ordinance published, it was actually found here in Town Hall a month or so ago, but published September 30th, 1915, showing vacation of the portion of Monroe, as well as what were the other 2 streets there, Franklin and North 7th Street, were all vacated. Those are also referenced in ALTA surveys prepared in December 2010 by TNM Associates and EKA Associates, so I think pretty well documented now that those are vacated. That is our primary and only access to the property. Coming from there, then we get out and into the circulation throughout the property. That's where everything comes in. As I'm sure this board is aware, truck route goes out Monroe and then up to 22, or you're coming south on North 8th to the Boulevard. Likely most of ours will be going out to 22. That's the truck route that exists today. You cannot go north on 8th Avenue, so everything will be headed from the east out Monroe from the site. Again, the property is about 43 acres as was described. So what we see here, we have building numbers throughout. Over the years, this property, if you go back and look at some historic areas, at least in the 1930s, there was some form of industrial development here. Over the years, as you go through every decade, it's morphed a little bit. Buildings have come up, buildings have come down. It's always had about this much intensity of development. And just for reference, we're at about 64% land coverage here, which means that we've got about 35%, a little over 35% of green space around the perimeter, whereas 80% is allowed. So while it's a large property of 43 acres, there's a large chunk of it still green around the perimeter, and that is the buffer, especially to the south, that's the buffer of the residential. And I think that's important as you situate this site in the neighborhood. Topographically, there's a little bit of relief on the site. Runoff will run to the north, to the south. Everything pretty much gets to the Rahway River, though. There is an inlet collection system along the south side of the property. There's a small wetland that's been identified by our ecologist. We will submit an application to the DEP to get a letter of interpretation. But the point of that is that between that collection system on site and that wetland swell, everything ends up discharging either west towards the Rahway River, or there's a small section that goes north towards the Rahway River. Very little runoff. Almost no runoff from the developed area goes off site other than towards the Rahway River. Well protected from the residents to the south. Everything is intercepted before it gets there. The site has all of its utilities served. We really have no change in utilities with this application, other than some buildings that are being demolished will be cut and capped. I talked briefly about access to the site. Access on the site today is, let's say, haphazard. You come into the site, there's an organized parking lot for employees. That's about 150 or so parking spaces. Then you come in and you get through a fenced area and into the back. And then it's, because of the development over the years, it's all, you can kind of move around as you need. Around the buildings, and so it is fenced in, but it's a little bit haphazard. Part of this application is to organize that. DOCA has gone through extensive efforts to utilize their portion, I'll describe that next, where they're taking the south half of the site and organize it, create good operational flow, trucks, vehicles coming in and out. We're doing the same thing with the north side to improve circulation on site. And that was one thing early on in discussions with the fire official, was to organize that, to make sure that the storage that's out here today, you see a lot of chassis out here stored, to make sure that with all the storage that's out here today, that it is safe. If anything were to happen out there, that fire vehicles, emergency service vehicles can get in and get through the site. So part of what you'll see is the organization there of that. So I'm going to focus mostly on the north side as I describe some of the uses today, because those are the ones that are remaining. You heard from DOCA what they're going to be doing, and I'll describe physically what's going to happen on site with the south half. But between these two series of buildings in the center drive aisle, we'll be putting up a fence and separating that. There are 6 different users on the north half of the site between these various buildings and leasing a few buildings. They range from contractors, some warehousing, sales and supply of snow equipment, forklift repair, some minor assembly, fragrance company in the back. That's all happening here. And in the front, obviously, you have a large equipment storage area that is being used today. In total of those 6 users, they range in duration from within the last 5 years or so to having been on site for more than 30 years. So you do have some long-term tenants in this space. They mostly operate Monday to Friday with some Saturdays. There's a total of about 32 employees. We met on site with each of the tenants about a year ago. When we first started looking at this, we had them fill out some questionnaires so that we could identify the operational characteristics there. About 32 employees collectively on the north side of the site. They all park in and near their space, as opposed to, the front parking lot is really reserved for DOCA. So they're going to come in and park in and near their space. Collectively, they have about 14 deliveries during the day. Not quite as regimented as DOCA, they're going to be a little bit more spread out, so you're not going to have that pulse of traffic in the morning or in the afternoon. It'll be spread out more through the day, so 14 is hardly noticeable. Trash collection, each of the users has a dumpster near their facility. Because of the size of this site, because of the separation from the property line, the screening, we have parked along the entire north side. It's not formal enclosures, but there are dumpsters near loading docks, things like that, that collect the refuse, and that's taken out as needed, usually a couple times per week. But we are, at this point, seeking to kind of maintain that that situation where it's a dumpster near a loading dock versus creating separate remote trash enclosures. Screening isn't really necessary in this situation. You can't see anything from the outside. That's the sort of quick tour of what's there today. Again, it's about 65% or so coverage today. Majority of the green space is to the south, bordering on the residence. Now I'm going to pull up a color rendered site plan. I will have this marked A2. This is site and landscape plan rendering, similar to the site landscape plan that's in the plan set that was submitted. We have some color to make it a little bit easier to see. Similarly, north is the top of the page, same orientation. So the Rahway River is on the top and the left side of the page. So what you see now is in the darker brown color, the existing buildings that are remaining, all carrying the same numbers, and then there is a blue line that bisects the property here. That's a fence line that's proposed between the DOCA control space on the south half of the property and everything on the north half of the property, which has all the same tenants. The only change that will occur on the north half of the property really is organization of this area. If you recall, as we looked at the aerial, you had chassis stored everywhere. It was open storage, a little bit unorganized. This is some organized storage, 70-foot aisles, 55-foot storage. This is for trailer parking. It'll be organized, it has enough circulation. Emergency service vehicles can get in, operators can get in and pull trailers in and out. Again, it's all part of the permitted uses, but it's organized and clean. Buffers, we have about 20 feet in the front. It's an existing, pretty nice, mature, evergreen buffer along the front property line, screening that. Otherwise, everything on the north side of the property is generally going to stay in the same situation. You heard from DOCA what's happening. So from this blue fence line to the south, which will secure the DOCA space, that will be their main operations area. As you come in from Monroe, you would turn left into the employee parking lot, and you would turn right into the towards the service area. There are two gates to that fence. Inbound traffic will head a little bit further north along the fence line that's common with the north, with the remaining tenants, and you'll have counterclockwise circulation through the site for the main trucks that are coming in and out, and then they would exit through a gate here that's just off the corner of the office building. The rest of the site follows some of that one-way circulation. As you get further to the back of the site, to the west, there's two-way circulation, because it's really just one aisle, but I believe that's more for internal use and operations, not the trucks coming in and out. What you see in the red outlines here, these are the storage areas that we delineated. And again, the purpose of that is to provide some structure for the storage of the materials that they're using, so that there are open drive aisles, so that if, again, we needed emergency services in that area, that they can get around and maneuver. So that was a very important factor in putting this together, was to make sure that there was safe and efficient travel through the site. In addition to that, in order to provide access between north and south, if emergency services showed up and they ended up on the south side or ended up on the north side inadvertently, or they got to the back of the site and they needed to get, there are three gates proposed lining up with some of the north-south common areas, so that vehicles, emergency service vehicles, can get back and forth between. We will work with the fire official if we need Knox boxes or whatever we need on those gates will be provided. This lighter tan area in the middle here, those are some of the older buildings that are on now the DOCA control property. Those will be demolished. We will take them down just demolition above grade. The slab will remain, and nothing, so no ground disturbance, no subgrade demolition, but for appropriate cutting and capping of utilities, as working with the utility providers. So that area will remain the same. That has a red outline. That will be a storage area as well. To two primary improvements that are proposed here are focused on the south half of the property. One is this darker gray area here. That was a gravel area. As with any gravel area that is in an industrial facility that has been operating for 80-plus years, we need to constantly maintain that and keep it level and safe for vehicles to travel through it. So we're proposing to put some millings down there just to level that out and keep it compact and safe for storage of materials. In addition to that, I'm not sure if you can see it from here, but it's on the plan that was submitted. Some of the lighter greens along here are additional landscape buffer. So now that we see a little bit bigger picture here, you can see the buffer that exists today. The closest point is about 50 feet of landscape buffer. That is mature trees, vegetation in that area. That's also the wetland that runs through there. The shortest is 50. It ranges after that from 100 to 150 feet wide landscape. No changes to that. Again, very limited site improvements here. Really just focused on improving what's already there today. But what we're doing is we are adding significant landscaping through the site. Just to give you an idea of the numbers, we have 158 evergreen trees and 69 evergreen shrubs along this area here. What that will do is the depth of that buffer is fantastic. It's actually required, I believe. Required buffer for loading is 10 feet, and we're at 50 to 150 feet. But it is predominantly deciduous, mature vegetation, so we're going to provide an evergreen row along that perimeter that will provide something that will give a little bit of a four-season screen there, just to help provide something for the neighbors here, trying to be a good neighbor as Doka looks to be a long-term tenant here. I don't know if I mentioned the fence. It's detailed in the plan. It'll be a 6-foot chain link fence. Parking. No, we're about to talk about parking tonight. So what's going on here? I mentioned the parking that's existing today, which was the field of about 145 or so spaces here. There are a few boxes of parking throughout the back of the site. Some of those will be removed, but that front parking field will remain and will be utilized again for employees. That's 149 spaces here. In addition, there are another, 10 parking spaces on in the back of the site for some employees. Again, you heard from Doka that there will be about 150 employees here, so between the 149 here and the 10 at the back, say we have enough to cover all the employees. However, the way your ordinance contemplates parking, it has two criteria. One is one per employee, so we've satisfied that. The second is one space for every 1,000 feet of building area. In that scenario, our building area would require 242 spaces. So we have a total of 159, so we would be deficient there. The way your ordinance reads, it is the greater of is what dictates the standard. So by ordinance standard, we do need relief for parking. However, based upon the operational characteristics of Doka, and what's happening out here, there is enough parking operationally to satisfy the site. Our plan will get a little bit more into some proofs for the variance, but I did want to point out just operationally how that blends together. What Doka's doing, employees at the rear on the north side are parking by themselves. So I think we have enough parking to satisfy the intent of the ordinance, but how it's written technically is a variance. We are not proposing any changes to the lighting that's out there. I believe there are some leased lights highlighting the front parking lot. There may be some minor security lights throughout the site, but we're not proposing any changes to the lighting on the site. You heard operation from Doka. It is 7:30 to 3:30, so there really is no activity. Maybe in December, in the first morning, first light of the morning, is a little bit later than we get there. Generally, we don't feel that there's a need to modify the lighting because of the hours of operation. The really is, again, limited changes here, there's no grading changes, no modifications to the grades. There are 2 minor signs proposed, one on the building. So if you were pulling from Monroe as you face the building, there'll be a sign, it's about 30 square feet, to say, to Brandon Andoka, 10% of the size allowed, and well within the ordinance on that. There's also a sign on the fence to identify the entrance to the building. That we believe is within the ordinance standards as well. It's only 16 square feet, and it's into the site. Additionally, there will be some wayfinding signs on site to identify employee parking, loading areas where direct trucks, just to make sure. In some of this one-way circulation, I think there was some comments from your engineer. We'll make sure that where we do have one-way circulation, we have appropriate signs internal to the site to make sure that we identify that one-way circulation. One more thing I want to touch on that came up in the review letters about environmental. The site has been in operation for 80+ years in some capacity here and there. It is under the direction of a licensed site remediation professional. So that means that it has identified some contaminants on site under the direction of LSRP, who is managing that. There is an area off the northwest corner, and there's a small spot over on the northeast side of the property. Neither of those in the area that DOCA is taking over or doing any of their work there. Those are deed restricted areas. Based upon working with the LSRP, and we can provide some documentation for the board for the record. Because there is no activity in these areas, there is no need for a revised remedial action plan. Everything can remain basically a status quo, and they will continue on their efforts through that plan. But nothing that's been happening here, because there are such limited site improvements, will change the direction that is taken. I did mention wetlands, just going to go through some permits real quick that we need. I did mention wetlands. We will get a letter of interpretation for the wetlands that are along the south end of the property. Floodplain, I didn't mention that in existing conditions, and I apologize. But this, the Rahway River, as I'm sure everybody is probably aware, does have flooding conditions. During the 100-year flood, portions of the site can be inundated by the flooding, but none of the improvements proposed are going to impact that, because all we're doing is taking down the building here without going below grade. So we don't, for this effort, we do not need any permits from the DEP for flood hazard. There's sort of a high point through the middle that's predominantly outside the 100-year flood elevation, and then as you get around the Rahway River and wrap around through the wetlands, that can be within the flood elevation. But again, none of the improvements are considered the need for review by the DEP. We don't anticipate any other permits being required. If the board deems necessary, we can get probably a waiver from the county planning board. Conservation District is not focused here. So that's a quick summary. I believe most of the comments from the engineer and planners letters. Certainly they will answer any questions, but again, this is from a site perspective, very little effort here. What the effort is to take something that historically has been used for 80+ years and add some organization and structure to it, provide some circulation, make sure that it's safe and efficient for our emergency vehicles, and also add some buffering, provide some long-term four-season screening and buffering for the residents that do exist to the south of us. That's all I have, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Rob.
I have a few questions. Robert, do you know how long DOCA owns this property at this point?
I believe DOCA is, well, there's a property owner, and then DOCA is a leasehold on the southern half of the property.
Okay, so about how long have they taken possession of this property?
I don't know the exact time frame. I know that...
Within a year? Within a year?
I would think, yes.
I think so, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Within a year. And you've been the project manager on this project from its inception? I think DOCA had some engineers involved. I'm representing the property owner.
because of the nature of the site with both halves, we decided it was easier for me to represent the intent.
Okay. I think I met the property owner when you guys were looking for the paperwork for the street that came about in 1915, I think it was. But I have some questions, to your testimony, because you're talking about the south side of this property, where that green area is, and the shaded area where you said you're going to bring in millings. But millings and concrete were already brought in there and moved around, and all that work has been done. You're telling me now that you're proposing to do that. So all that work I saw, I was present when I saw over 100 trucks coming into this property with millings from another location. So if you're proposing to do that, what did you do with all the millings that came in there already?
So I'm not involved in that operation. What I can say is that what we're showing here as proposed is relative to an application that was filed months ago, I think in the fall. So it's showing what is proposed, and it is showing, again, that much of this predates any site plan application.
I know the property well, Robert.
Everything we're looking at here is intended to give the board a representation of what the finished product will look like.
And Mr. Chairman, if you can help, another representative of DOCA is here, the General Counsel, Mr. Mike Maurice. He quickly jumped after your question, said he could certainly answer your question right now.
Because I have a few pertaining to all of that.
Yeah,
because that's a big concern of mine.
I understand. So what we can do is perhaps we can introduce Mike, swear him in, and then he can perhaps answer some of your questions that may be beyond Rob's purview.
Sure. Thank you.
If you could raise your right hand, please, with regard to this application, do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Michael Barisi. It's B as in boy, A-R-R, E as in Edward, S as in Samuel, E as in Edward.
Thank you.
And Mike, your affiliation with DOCA?
I'm the Director of Legal for DOCA USA.
And you heard the chairman's inquiry, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. So if you wouldn't mind, Mike.
Sure. So when we came on the site, that area down there was gravel. It has since, not been very well gravel. We had thought that we could effectively repair it, bring in millings, and spread them out, and that would be okay. So we started bringing in millings, at which point fire marshal came to the site and raised some concerns, and we immediately stopped. We halted all the trucks, sent them back from where they were coming. And the next day we met with the engineer and Mr. Mongoose on site to determine, did we do something wrong here? We had felt that it was previously gravel, millings would be fine, and nothing wrong. At that point, they advised that we would need a grading permit or put it on the site plan to continue. So we, at that point, ceased all operations with the millings. No further millings were brought in. The millings that were there remained, and we asked if we should remove them or leave them where they were in place, and we were told it's okay to leave them in place as long as they form the site plan.
You were advised to leave them in place by the engineer?
Yes.
I'm a constructor. I went over this with the construction official and with Kevin O'Brien as well.
And in regard to the concrete, no concrete was actually brought to the site. In the warehouses, we had installed cranes and done some work where we had to shore up the foundation with the crane. So that concrete was being left there so that when we did eventually the demolition, we would haul it all off-site. It just happened to be stored in the area where the millings were brought in, so that was the perception. Mr. Mongoose had asked us at that time, could we get rid of it then? And we immediately the next day began removing from the site, and it is all gone and disposed of.
I'm not here to challenge your testimony in that area, but I know that to be 100% different. Because I saw the concrete come in. I know where it came from. I know the millings, where they came from. And I know that the brush was pushed back. I know that's a protected area back there. And when Robert said that there is no elevation differential from what is there now to what he's proposing, I guess because he didn't see all those millings going in there, so there was already an elevation differential in that site that should not have been touched. and there was no testing documents. I can appreciate what our engineer said, but there was no test documents from where that material came from. And that was road millings from Westfield. And I take issue with that. And I take issue with it because we're bringing materials from one city to another city and dumping it in the back there, and that is a wetlands back there. I'm very concerned about that.
Look, there is no excuse. It was a mistake. We acknowledge that. It was an error. That is why we stopped. When we became aware that it was not the correct process, we stopped. It's done. There was nothing else brought in. So it was a mistake, and as soon as we found that out, it was finished.
I would hope in the future that, should everything go okay here, that this is not the practice of allowing people, in my eyes, to illegal dump in our town.
Like I said, it was an error. It has since been corrected. It will never happen again.
Thank you. You go continue.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, I think, Mr. Furd, probably available to any questions you folks might have, going back to the engineering director, and certainly we can bring Michael back up if we need him for anything.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I have some, but
Go ahead.
let's see if does anybody else? I was going to want me to
go right ahead.
All right, so I'm not sure if these things were touched on, but they were in Mr. O'Brien's letter of May 9th, which I'm assuming you got a copy of. The first being related to outdoor storage. He says that the applicant is proposing an area equal to 16.2% of the total lot area, as stated in the applicant notice of hearing. However, you have 19.5% of the total lot area in the preliminary and final site plan, and he says you should clarify which percentage is correct.
Joe, good question. I apologize for skipping over that. So, well, this application was originally prepared and filed in August, I believe. This building was not going to be demolished. So that was not calculated. That all the remaining red areas total about 16%. We're now on revision 2 of the site plans. We went through several rounds of completeness review and change in scope. Part of the change in scope was that this building is demolished. That area is now red outlined as storage area. That's the difference from 16 to 19%.
So 19.5 is the correct number.
19.5 is the correct. That's on the site plans that were submitted as the change document.
Okay. The next item I have, I think you said that the amount of parking required is 242, is that what you said? It's 240 something? But he says that, I guess originally you noted that 301 parking spaces were required, where 159 are proposed, so how did that change?
So the same change in plans resulted in that, which is when this was building area, it was counted for parking.
Okay.
And now that that's not building area, the parking number comes down.
Okay. Lastly, I don't know if you touched on the height of the storage, but it says the applicant is requesting a storage height of 30 feet, and the borough only allows up to 10 feet. So, I don't know, did you touch on that?
I didn't. I can touch on it briefly, but I think our planners really good to dig in.
That's fine. I can hold off on this. Yeah. Well, I guess I could ask you a quick question, though. If it was to go to a height of 30 feet, do you know, at least from your perspective, if that height would be visible from any residential home?
Well, I don't know for certain. What I know is that, 30 feet is about, it's less than the allowable building height. So that's the reason I'm deferring a little bit to our planner is there's a question as to whether or not it's an accessory use or it falls within the allowable principle.
Okay, I mean, if you wanted to, I can hold off until the planner.
Well, that's the planning conversation. The question about the visibility goes to what would be allowed on this property. And as I said, there's about a 20-foot buffer to residential. Our minimum is 50. Most of it is 100 to 150 feet. We are supplementing existing mature vegetation with the evergreens. So whether or not you can see that something's there is different than the screening that exists today and will be supplemented significantly with evergreens.
Well, with the mature evergreens, will they exceed 30 feet?
At mature height,
No, I mean, when you put them in, so.
You said mature, so no.
Well, you mentioned that you were going to plant mature.
No, I didn't. I said, with all due respect, what I said was that there's a significant standard.
I heard about the buffer, you mentioned vegetation that you were adding, so what did you say that was?
I'm going to try to answer your question, but I can't answer it if it's going this way. My testimony, and if I didn't testify like this, I'll correct it now, is that there is an existing significant width of mature buffer, not all evergreen, predominantly deciduous. What we're supplementing it with is planted trees. They'll be planted at between 6 and 8 feet high, evergreen trees throughout this area. And then, yes, they will grow and fill that out.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any more? No? Okay. What else you have, Mr. Kelly? Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, I didn't see you.
It's all right.
Yeah, I gotta get you up here.
I can get some, like... You went over my letter. Is there anything in the letter that you can address or you can't comply with?
I don't believe so. I mean, we talked briefly, there are some clarifications, there are some, and just for the board's reference, some of the notes in here, we have general notes on our plans that go on to all site plans that reference some reports, whether they're geotechnical stormwater management reports that, in this case, are not applicable because we're not doing any improvements that would require that. So there's some clarifications that I don't think the board needs to go through all the technical aspects. Long and short of it, I think we can satisfy all the requests in there that I haven't talked about.
All right. And I do have a question. You said you will be going for an LOI with the wetlands. Could you also go for an applicability determination? Just so that...
Just to confirm.
Make sure that DEP will not want anything,
Absolutely, yes. And for the board's benefit, that will show the flood elevation and then what we are proposing, whether or not applicability, whether or not a permit is applicable or not. And our expectation is that we would get a determination that it's not applicable. But we were happy to submit that and process that further as a conditional approval.
That's all I have.
So, yeah. Anyone else have anything for Robert? Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Rob. Briefly, our final witness, our project planner, Mr. Chairman, John Takina.
John, could you raise your right hand, please? With regard to this application, do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Sure. My name is John Tykina, T as in Thomas, A-I, K as in Kelly, I-N-A. I'm a licensed planner in the state of New Jersey and have been since I completed my studies at Rutgers University in 1992. My license is current and in good standing. For the bulk of my 30-year career, I've done this, testified before planning and zoning boards around the state of New Jersey and around the country. This is my 105th different board, and I just broke 100, so I was real excited. An attorney made me write them all down. That's how I found out they were.
I think you're qualified.
Never been here, but happy to be here.
I think you qualify.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, given the hour of the night, I'll let you go at it and the planning groups. I know you're familiar with the property, is that right?
Yes, I've been to the property, reviewed the plans.
Familiar with code revisions, the master plan?
Correct.
And the relief saw?
Yes, so best thing is Rob does a nice job, so I get to take the first page of my outline and throw it away. I'm not going to repeat anything that was said previously. We are seeking three different variances. One is for an outdoor storage area of 19.5%, where your ordinance permits accessory storage at 10%. Again, I think that there could be a discussion of whether a permitted use of warehousing and contractor storage yards, by their very nature, are outside. But we've decided to be conservative and seek a variance. We think that that we can make the proofs to the board to grant that relief. Second is for outdoor contractor storage. 30 feet in height, where again, it's an accessory use, it's only permitted at 10 feet. Again, as a principal use, we believe we would be permitted at 40 feet, the height in the district. And then finally, parking, where 159 spaces are proposed, and 242 spaces are required. Again, that was modified because a building has been demolished, and that space has been removed from the site. These will be C2 variances. For the C2 variances, the board needs to make certain findings. One is that it relates to a specific piece of property. Two is that we promote some of the purposes of municipal land use law. Third, that the benefits of granting the requested relief will outweigh any potential detriments. And then finally, negative criteria, that granting the variance will not have substantial detriment to the public good, and will not be a substantial detriment to the impairment, to the master plan of the zone type. So in this case, the variances clearly relate to this specific property and no other. 251 Monroe Avenue is an existing industrial facility located on the edge of the I district and indeed on the edge of the borough, with significant vegetated buffers to the north, south, and west. The relief is specific to this property and to the uses on this property for DOCA and for no others. In this case, the following specific purposes of the MOU, I believe, are being promoted. Purpose G, to provide sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses in open space, both public and private, according to their respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of New Jersey citizens. And purpose M, to encourage the coordination of various public and private procedures and activities shaping land development with a view towards lessening the cost of such development and to the more efficient use of the land. So this proposal, while it's on a large property with significant improvements already in place, is still well below the permitted density provided in the I district, and it's appropriate given the surrounding uses and the substantial buffers that are present. The site requires no dimensional variances other than the storage percentage of height that we are seeking. All of its coverages and building coverage, impervious coverage, et cetera, are all provided for. And so it's indicating there's sufficient space for the proposed use without infringing on the surrounding uses. The site improvements in use represent a bit of a modernization of the facility. Especially when you look through the historic arrows like Rob did, like I did in my research here tonight. Again, the site has been, almost this developed since the 30s, since its first aerial appearance in 1930, and in various states of disarray, I would say. And my experience on the property in the last week it is substantially improved from the conditions on those aerials. So I think that having a high-quality tenant like DOCA on the property is going to reflect well on the property and reflect well on the borough. The requested storage height that we're seeking provides an opportunity to use the land more efficiently, consistent with the business needs of the applicant. And this infill site is a more efficient use of the land, fitting in the character of the neighborhood with a pattern consistent with adjacent and nearby properties, and is preferable to a remote greenfield site and benefits from existing access, utilities, and those connections. So in terms of the variance for the height, it's a minor and appropriate deviation from the zoning requirement when it's viewed as an accessory use. Again, these are specifically materials for the sale of, for building materials for sale or for rent, specifically to the contractor industry. Actually, it's having just been with a contractor for 7 years, I found that the various forms and everything are pretty impressive, frankly. And what really struck me is everything was clean, organized, really top quality, and I'm very comfortable that DOCA is going to keep a very high quality site. As a principal use, as a contractor storage yard, we think the locations outside are appropriate, and as a principal use is well below the permitted height for the building at 40 feet. So the additional height of 20 feet helps to provide for a more efficient operation of the facility. The use is permitted and is not a noxious use. It is without odors or excessive noise and will not have a substantial detriment to the public good. We heard that it's predominantly a daytime use, 7:30 to 3:30, a little bit of work on Saturdays, but it's something that if the neighbors are outside enjoying their yards, after they come home from work or in the evening, for example, as the summer approaches, you have a very quiet neighborhood with a quiet site. Likewise, the additional 9.5% of storage area is reasonable and is distributed throughout the site for various multiple tenants within this industrial property. It's a minimal expedience to provide for the efficient site plan and for adequate emergency access in and around the materials. So I think, we could have been a little more condensed, but in working with the fire official, he really wanted things spread out a little bit more, 70-foot aisles, things of that nature to make sure that there was safe and efficient access around the site for both workers and for the fire official. So we think that the additional percentage is appropriate, and there's certainly a benefit there. And then the parking variance finally is a reasonable request reflecting actual demands of the tenants on the property. The relief also reflects that current standards for warehouse uses are significantly higher than the ratio is higher at 1 per 2,500 square feet or 1 per 5,000 square feet. As opposed to the 1 per 1,000 of the borough's standard. The 1 per employee is actually more reasonable, and that's the one that we exactly need. So we think the benefit of providing for appropriate parking outweighs any perceived detriment, obviating the need for any additional paving. Obviously, there's enough pavement out there to park a car. If somebody, wanted another, 100 spaces of paint, I'm sure it could happen somewhere, but again, it's just not necessary, and we think the benefits of granting it outweighs any potential detriment. There's zero chance of parking spilling off the site in any event, so any parking that occurs is going to occur on the site. There's no chance at all of it spilling out into the adjacent neighbors. And then finally, the final proof is for the negative criteria. We think it could be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, as in each instance, the relief allows the site to operate more efficiently without substantial off-site impacts. The substantial buffer that exists, particularly along North 8th Street, is being enhanced to this, and to the south, will be enhanced to the south, and will further mitigate any negative impacts. Again, the additional storage height and the parking variance limit the impacts to the site itself. These are not noxious uses. They're not uses that the impacts are spilling beyond the site, and will certainly not have a detriment to the public good. And then finally, in terms of not impairing the intent purpose of the zoning ordinance, the purpose of the I-zone would have been what I would have written. The zone is designed to protect and concentrate those commercial, industrial, manufacturing uses that are currently viable, and those sites for which commercial, industrial, and commercial reuse is feasible and probable. That's exactly what we're doing. We're taking an existing industrial site, we're providing a modern tenant, we're improving the facility with moderate improvements and limiting our impacts on our adjacent neighbors by providing for additional landscaping and minimal improvements. So there is certainly no impairment of your zone plan ordinance given those purposes and what this application is seeking to do. So accordingly, I think the board can make the requisite findings, and I'm available for your questions.
I have really only one question, could you imagine? You were referencing the fire official. Who were you speaking about? Do you know the gentleman's name?
I do not. I'm referring to Mr. Freud's testimony, where he discussed that he met with the fire official and to provide for the appropriate fire list, etc.
Mr. Freud, you know who you were referencing?
I didn't actually meet with the fire official, but when we were brought into this project, it was because there was commentary concerns that providing proper circulation is important.
Mr. Scuderi?
So if it's the fire official, it's a big difference than if it's the fire subcode official. So that we kind of need to clarify these.
Why don't you just sit up here?
If you have a neighbor, isn't that Mr. Giordano Lewis?
Okay. I was wondering who you spoke to because...
We've met with him several times.
That's possible. Yeah, because there's the fire subcode official is more construction and it's not in line with the apparatus, but future notice.
So you're referencing Lou Giordino?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's all I really have for you. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Anybody else have anything for... I'm sorry. Excuse me.
I will, but I always look to see if any of the board feel like the two of us dominate the question. Anyway, the first question I'm not even sure if you're the right one to ask of it, and it's more for my own edification, but you've made renovations to the building that more or less fronts Monroe and 8th Street, right? And so I was curious, so I see, the facade, the front facade has changed, I think windows have changed, signs have gone up. Why didn't that need to be part of this application?
I assume that was permit only? All the work was permitted?
From a planning standpoint, an improvement to the existing building wouldn't necessarily trigger site
It
plan.
might not trigger site plan.
If we needed a sign variance, for example, then it would come.
Okay.
But we met with Anthony Manguso and he permitted it for the renovation and went through the whole process with him. And that's how he said we should go for the office renovation.
Okay, thanks. Then the other question that I guess I touched on with Robert previously was about the height. So do you know if, with the existing buffer that, again, is there now, if a height of 30 feet can be seen from a resident's home? And so I know you guys made reference to, our building height is whatever, 30, 40 feet. However, from my perspective, I heard that materials could be scaffolding, it could be plywood. Seeing a stack of scaffolding or plywood that can go 30 feet, that if I'm sitting in my backyard, I look at and I see versus I just see a building, is significantly different. So again, the question is, do you know if at a height of 30 feet, residents will be able to see whatever you're storing to that height?
Certainly not today, as the, it is, as Robert said, it's substantially a deciduous buffer. So now, it's very, very heavy. Actually, what we're adding is going to fill in immediately for the understory, so that if you're standing on the ground, you could probably see under the trees at this point, under the canopy. We're going to fill in that gap now, and then that will grow in the future. So maybe in the winter you'd be able to see it. And again, one of the, and I wish I would have had a little more time to be able to provide some photos of it, because again, most of the stuff is that stacked for their forms. They're concrete forms, and they're very neat, very orderly, and it's actually not it's not in disarray. It's not really an eyesore, if you will. It's just a stacked piece of equipment.
That's it.
Okay, so those stacked forms, will they exceed the required, let's say our building height is what, is it 33?
Building height this is 40.
It's 40. Will it exceed 40 feet?
No, we're proposing 30.
Okay. Who do I talk to about the construction rental material? Would that be you, or?
No.
We defer back to the applicant.
Yeah, I would just have two questions about that.
Sure.
Okay. So being in the business, I'm somewhat familiar with what you guys are offering, and you have basically forms that you would pour concrete into, more or less. Is that
More so against. Yeah.
Right? Like a Simpson form or something like that? Simons, right?
Correct.
What my question to you is that that's rental equipment, rental construction products. Now, I know sometimes these things come back not the way you send them out. They have a bunch of debris in them, and sometimes you got to bang them out, you got to acid wash them and things like that. What provisions are you proposing, if any? How do you get those products clean?
So we don't use any chemicals.
Okay.
It's basically, the cleaning process is just high pressure fresh water. So we have a pressure washer that goes anywhere between 1 to 2,000 PSI. So forms are just, the outside of the form is metal. The center of the form is a plywood, center coated with a thin layer of like a plastic coating, which helps the concrete not to stick to the form. So there's no need for form oils like they used to use in the past.
Right.
And the pressure washer, fresh water, cleans the outside of the form. So any big chunks that may come back, so we have a trench, so a long drain with a metal grate, okay, where the water kind of, obviously runs into. Any larger size debris gets caught on the top. and that's cleaned regularly. And then we have 3 catch basins as well, so that filters the water 3 additional times before clean water then goes into the drain. But no chemicals, it's just runoff, so think about it like a car wash without the soap or without any chemicals.
So I'm happy to hear that, but that's on your side. But the contractor, when he gets a hold of it, in the old days and right up until now, they do use a release agent on a lot of the forms, which could be a diesel fuel or some other type of release agent. Have you come across that, and what do you do with that?
You're fully correct. Years ago, they used a birch plywood with no coating.
Right.
And you had to use a form oil or the forms would get stuck on the wall. So we use what we call an X-Life plywood, again, covered in a thin plastic coating. And we actually have in our user manuals that get sent to our customers that it is advised against using form oil.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent.
Anything else for me? Or?
No, but you should say up here too. No.
I can't get away from them anyway. So.
No, it's very important. You know, it's one thing to have the cleaning process, but if you have, you know, you may send them out clean and they come back dirty. What is your process? And I'm glad to hear. I'm happy to hear that it's pressure, water pressure. Okay, that's all I have. I'm sorry. Anybody else?
Just have a question. So when one of the prior occupiers of that land stacked stored the trailers. We allowed 3, right?
I don't
believe. I just wondered what the height of those were. 3 is.
Maybe Mr. Scuderi seems to
So
know.
I'm going to tell you from being in that property a lot for years, they did have, I've seen up to 5 stacked. I don't know what was allowed, that was way before my time. But then they had the other area of town, like up behind Buffy's 8th Street, that they were standing up upright.
Upright, yeah.
So, I mean, at some points they were stored 43 feet high or however large they were. Thank you.
Anyone else? Does anyone on the board have any questions for any one of these people here tonight? No? How about you, Chris? I gotta go to you now.
The only question that I had is in regards to the parking. It said 242 spaces. Is that after or for that existing building is removed?
After.
That's all I have.
That's all you have? Ed?
Yeah, I do have one question maybe for clarification. I think both the planner and the engineer actually partially addressed it, and it had to do with the buffering. Part of the requirements for the outdoor storage talks about either having solid masonry wall or dense evergreen plantings. And I think what they were suggesting is an alternative, because the storage outside is scattered around, is to enhance the buffering around the edge. So I understand what the alternative is, and I think the attorney as well mentioned this as a deviation, as noticed that see deviation from the code of landscaping and buffer requirements, and I think that's what it was referring to.
Yes.
So I just think that, I just wanted to note that, so that if this is approved and the resolution is created, that we're also looking for what might be a design waiver or something in that regard, would that be correct? And that's how you're approaching it?
I believe so, Rob. Yeah, I think it's noted as a waiver, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring that up so that it was...
Thank you, Ed. Okay. There's no more questions for anyone, so I guess we need
I
to...
make a motion to open the hearing to the public.
Made by Mr. David, second by Mr. Demondo. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone from the board wishing to speak on this application? What's that?
From the public, you said.
Oh, from the public. I'm sorry, it is close to the bewitching hour.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you 1 second?
Yeah, we can't shut it down now. We can't shut it down now.
So, Mr. Cahill, we just talked to my vice chair, and we understand we're very close to the end. Hopefully, we're close to the end. You can have all the time you want, but what I'm saying is, we're going to hear you out. We're not gonna 11 o'clock you.
We appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi.
Your name and address for the record, please?
Justina Pastor, and it's 78 Pembroke Drive. I'm not actually sure exactly where I am in reference to where they're planning on putting the storage containers.
Mr. Cahill, could someone give her a hand out there from your team to...
She's on the right corner.
So like the pointy corner there?
He's gonna assist.
This is Pembroke here,
Okay.
coming around. So if you know where you are.
You could go over to the drawing.
Okay, so, right here.
Okay.
So I actually just had questions regarding what you guys did in reference to where I live. So I can actually, there is a buffer, and there are woods there, but I can actually tell you what the guys are wearing that are working there, because I can see through the trees. So now, even if they do put an evergreen buffer, those trees really only have leaves in the summer. In the spring, they're coming in the winter, there's no leaves, and obviously in the fall, they're gonna be falling. But now, where exactly are you guys gonna be stacking all this stuff? In like what location?
So there are red outlines on here.
Okay.
So I can outline under this building here, in the open space here, behind the building here, where the building came down here.
Okay.
So all of these red outlines are intended to identify the stacking areas.
So they're gonna be up against the property? Like not the property, the evergreens?
With room for circulation behind it, but yes, within the same paved covered area that's there today.
Okay.
Not encroaching into any of the landscape area.
Okay, so, and then that LOI, you're not touching any of the wetlands or looking to modify that? No. Okay, but now, when you stack all these, like, to me, a house or a structure is a structure when you're looking out, but when you're stacking things, it would look like my neighbor's junk pile is stacked up, depending on what you're putting up there. So I don't know how high you're gonna go with the evergreens, but I'll be able to see that from my house. Maybe not in the summer, but 3 of the seasons I will, and so will a couple of my other neighbors. And then, right now, are any of you guys working there, or is it a construction company?
No construction company.
Because whoever's there now, before Flex Again was a very respectable, like they were very considerate, but right now, whoever's working there is there probably like 5:30, 6 o'clock. And I can hear them in my house. And they're not there too late, but they're very early. So I'm not sure who's there now, but they're making a lot of noise, to the point where my neighbor across the street and in the corner thought somebody was having a wild party, because she heard them on the other side of the block. And then, where exactly did you guys, so they said something about an elevation differential, where was that changed with the property?
So I talked a little bit about the floodplain and the elevation difference throughout the site, which is, and I left my notes over there, but generally it's high through the middle and then it comes down on either side. So this wetland area here is where it's lower. I think with some of the questions from the review letters and from the board were what's happening in this area here, this red area, which is where there's the gravel and the millings that are proposed, some of them, we heard a story about that. So there may be an elevation change of several inches as millings go down, would be the intention. Again, I haven't been
Going up, elevation going up?
Generally going up, as they get spread out and laid, it would bring that up a couple of inches.
So
But it
how is
wouldn't-
that going to affect everybody else's water line, like right there?
It should not, because what will happen is, it's not changing the type of ground cover, so what water soaks into the ground, what water runs off is the same ratio and rate that it happens today, so it's not changing how much water is going to run off. And then when that is raised, it will follow the same patterns. If you recall, I said a lot of this area is actually collected in the swale, the wetland in the swale that pushes to the west, to the river, and sort of protects it. There's a little bit of a berm here that protects it from running into your backyard.
So we bought the house about 8 years ago from my in-laws. They were there many years before, and the original owner, they bought their house from. It was, I guess, this area is a flood zone, but that house is never flooded. I actually just got a letter of map amendment taking me out of the flood zone. So I just kind of, if there's ever an issue with whatever you guys are doing, I just want to kind of put on record that house is never flooded, I'm out of the flood zone, so if I get a swish of water, it's your fault.
Ms. Pat, may I address you a second? Whatever they're doing out there, that's going to be regulated if approved, and he cannot impact your property by what he's doing. So he can't divert water to your area, he can't do anything like that. It would have to go into some type of basin or a drain or a structure.
Well, there is like a little, I don't know what, I want to say it's like a stream, but like a little ditch that does, they have to clean that out because mosquitoes do build up there. I've had a lot of issues with calling mosquito control because when it's not cleaned out, it builds water and they breed and then, sorry, my mouth. But they, I guess that does get impacted with like water and things storing there. And then, the only other thing is, are you guys going to be moving these containers, or are they going to just be stationary once you stack things up? Because that could be, I don't know if that's going to be making a lot of noise or moving stuff, or those containers are along the top of it.
And I can't, the operators can speak more to the frequency, but it's going to be stacking, and things will be coming on and off the stacks, but I can't speak to the frequency of that.
I can only speak for our side of the property, which is the south side.
Which is
the side closest to you. Yeah, there will be movement, so there is forklift movement throughout the day, moving material from point A to point B, putting it on trucks, taking it off of trucks. But that is strictly from 7:30 to 3:30.
I guess it's kind of good.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just me.
Just me, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Hi, my name is Sandy Radice. I live at 82 Pembroke Drive. I'm Justine's neighbor, and I just wanted to know if anybody intends to do anything about the drainage back there. Because when it rains, it drains. And it's draining behind my house. And my property is being impacted upon by water.
If I understand you correctly, the water runoff from their property goes onto your property?
Yeah.
Chris, what's going on with that?
82 Pembroke.
Are you near Miss Pastor's?
You're on the same corner or the opposite corner?
Same corner as Miss Pastor. I live right next door to her.
Okay.
So did Robert, was your statement earlier, did you say a wetlands right back there?
Yes, so it's a ditch, but they're regulated by, there's two departments of DEP. There's flood hazard and wetlands. So this ditch would be regulated by the freshwater wetlands group. We have it delineated by an ecologist. We have to submit it to the DEP for the formal letter of interpretation. That will define it as a ditch. It'll define the boundaries of it, and it'll define if there are any restrictions on buffers to that ditch where we can't do anything. We're not proposing to do anything here anyway.
Right, you're not disturbing that area.
A buffer on that. It doesn't matter because we're not intending to do anything in there. But that will be defined by the letter of interpretation.
I mean, in terms of what they're doing, they're, like he said, it's not, what Robert said, they're not disturbing anything around the wetlands. They're only putting landscaping in front of the buffer. And they're not, except for that, partial grading that they're doing in the corner, they're not exactly introducing more impervious area into that area. So.
That dark gray area that they're proposing to put the millings in, where does that water go to? Because you said you're bringing that up by however many inches, right? 6, 7 inches, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Right? So does that water go back to your property, or is that just leveling off the property so you can use it for storage?
That's good.
Presently, based on their survey,
It looks like it drains towards that wooded area.
It presently drains towards the wooded area. So I guess what I'm driving at, it's coming down like this, Chris. He wants to bring it up, so it would retard some of that water from going back there. Am I correct?
Yes.
So does that mean the
Miss-
more water is going towards the wetlands?
If you want to come on back up. Sure. Because
Is there a swale behind your house? You know, the ditch somewhere near the rear of your house?
Yeah, there's a ditch right back here.
And water collects in there?
No, water is collecting against their fence,
Okay.
which is like where my other fence is.
You know what a fence is? What's that fence?
I have a picture if you want to see.
That side of the property?
This might help a little bit. Just clean slate, this is a survey, so we're starting black and white, but it'll be a little easier to see without all the tree cover color in there. So, and this is a survey. Would you like me to mark it?
Yes.
It's on file, Rob. Yeah, for the record, we certainly can.
What, 8-3?
83.
8-3, is that what we're up to? Yes, survey.
83, 5, 11, 23. And again, this is the boundary topographic survey that's part of the application. There are no changes to it. I am going to annotate it a little bit, but it's the same orientation north at the top of the page. This is the right. So what makes it a little bit easier to see here now, what I'm tracing starts behind lot 4, which is in Pembroke. That is, apologize, that would be Sherwood. So behind Sherwood properties, there's the ditch that runs, and it heads north along the rear of your properties, and then it bends around to the west and follows along the west, and ultimately swale comes out to the river. Now, I'm reading topography, I'm reading a ditch that's defined by the ecologist. That shows where the water should go. Depending upon an instant burst of intensity of a storm, there may not always stay exactly in that ditch, but that's what's by the topography happening today. I can't speak to what's specifically happening.
Running along your ditch,
Yes.
where is my property according to your ditch? You started on Sherwood.
So this corner here is the back of Pembroke. This is Pembroke. Pembroke isn't shown on this survey, but I don't remember which one you were on the corner, but these are the corner properties on Pembroke.
Okay.
So this is the wetland ditch that runs behind your property and then follows along to the river.
Okay, but that ditch isn't at my fence. That ditch is that way.
Right.
Further from my fence than where this water is.
So which property is actually yours? Is it the one further?
It's 82 Pembroke.
No, I mean, can you kind of,
It's
I'm sorry, what's your name again?
R-A-D-I-C-E.
Okay, so here, so it's around.
yeah, and that's why she's saying it's further back, because the ditch is actually further back from there.
It's a little bit further off, right. So I have not been in your backyard, so I can't speak to the strange patterns that are happening.
So, well, I can tell you before I would sit on my deck and look across, and that area, that wetlands area would be flat.
It is relatively flat back there.
No, it is flat. And the trees would be on the top of the ground, not a quarter of the tree where there's actually a hill in front of it. So it's very depressed back there. Nobody's doing anything about it. And I'm getting water out of my fence. I can't afford to like run out and have all this kind of stuff done to my property because I just can't afford it.
I certainly understand your situation and what you're saying. There's a couple things in play here. Number one is because this is a regulated wetland, there's certain things we can't do. I can't go in there and regrade that and create a berm that protects the back of your property. We're required by the state to leave those regulated features as they exist today. And it's existed that way. I don't believe that buffer, based upon the maturity of the trees, I don't think much has been done in that buffer in years.
No, it hasn't been.
Okay, so that's existed for some time. We're not proposing to do anything in there, and unfortunately, we're not allowed to do anything in there. Even though it might help you, we're not allowed to. there was the question raised as to what is that gravel area where we're putting the millings going to do. As I said, there's two factors that will affect how the runoff gets into that wetland area. One is the ground cover. We're going to gravel, the milling's not really a change, so more runoff is not going to happen from that. Number two is the grading. While it may come up, let's call it 6 inches, 8 inches, whatever that number is going to be, while it may come up several inches in there, we're not changing the pattern. We're not directing it in a different direction. We're not sending more water in one direction versus the other direction. So with the same drainage patterns and no change in ground cover, it will be the same it is today. It might not be perfect for you. It sounds like it's been that way for a long time, but because of the DEP regulations back here, we don't have also a lot of authority to change that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Chairman?
Yes, come on up. Oh, I'm sorry, did you want to ask
Just
someone?
one question. I'm looking at your survey right now. Around those milling area, there's about 3 or 4 A inlets.
Yes.
Where, do you know where those go to?
Not all of them are identified as to where they discharge.
I mean, you can do some investigation and find out where they might go. That might help alleviate, runoff to that area going into that site.
That's great. Well, we're happy to do that. And I think to that point, one thing that generally does help is when you have a clean and maintained area, those inlets aren't going to get clogged. When you have a good owner or tenant or operator in that area and it's maintained, that I think is what part of putting the millings down is intended to do, is to keep that area grading the way it should, and will keep those inlets from getting clogged, which they may be now. So I think that's a good point, because we can do that sort of investigation on those inlets and see where they go, and if they need to be jetted clean, we will.
So they could be impacted, those A inlets,
Yes.
and they need to either be vacuumed, flushed, or cambered.
Yes.
Okay? Maybe that's something that we should talk about a little further.
Okay,
Yes.
just last thing. You guys are already, I call it Flex again, you guys already are back there, right? So can we, before you guys approve 100% going up the 30 feet, can you see, because they could plant little baby trees and that could take 15 years to actually get to a height that's gonna, before you guys actually approve 30 feet high and see what they're stacking, can we work on the buffer first and see where we're going?
Well-
And how much, because if I'm planning on retiring, South Carolina, and when I go to sell my house, it's that time of the year when it's an eyesore, that's gonna affect the value of my house. You know what I mean? So before I would give them the okay, yes, stack 30 feet high, can we see what they're actually gonna do and what it looks like for my yard and everybody else's yard that's there?
Well,
I don't know if that's like a whole another type of thing.
Sure. Well, they did say that they were going to do something there. I think Mr. David said that he talked about putting in some mature trees. I know on my properties, I have Leland cypress, which grow 30, 40, 50 feet. If you allow them to, it's all how you prune them down, and they are full-body trees, winter, spring, summer, fall, all year long. So that might be something to explore, and also to be a kind neighbor. Maybe it's the way to do it. But, that's something that we need to look at. But I like the fact that there is 3 A inlets there, and they probably need to be vacuumed out, cambered, and then see where they go. And then we could take some of that water and bring it wherever, because that's why they're there, right?
Correct, yeah.
Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Seeing no one.
Motion to close the public.
Closed by Mr. David, seconded by Mr. Demundo. All in favor? Aye. Got some closing statements?
No, very brief, Chairman. I realize the hour. I just want to thank the board for going over your deadline. I know it's late in the week and it's late in that night of the week, so I want to thank you again for your time. Very briefly, you heard the limited testimony. It's an existing site. It's been there for nearly 100 years now. Very good, reputable tenant coming into the property, taking over a significant portion of this property. They're going to be here for a long time. They're not a fly-by-night operator. They're going to do good things in this property. They've already heavily invested in this. It's a well-engineered site. The relief is relatively limited, at least as far as we see it. We know the board appreciates and understands this application very well. It's been in the pipeline for a while now. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we put it in your hands. I just want to thank you all again for your time this evening. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill. Okay, board members? Do you have any discussion here? Okay, so let's take a look at the conditions that we talked about earlier, Mr. Rega.
Well, let's see here. Certainly the reports and our quote normal conditions. As far as specifics, I think we're talking at present about a 30-foot high limit. 30-foot high limit on the storage areas that they're proposing. They talked about no chemicals being utilized to clean the certain of the product. I think Christian had something about the DEP that you wanted.
Yeah, applicability determination.
Okay, that's a condition?
Yes.
Okay.
What was that?
Applicability.
Applicability to, okay. Right, okay. Applicability. And there may be some more in the hopper that we haven't talked about.
Well, a couple of the things that we talked about is that
Catch basin.
if the applicant agrees to this, the board would like to see the catch basins flushed out, camera to see if there's any breaks or anything, and we'd like to get that water diverted into those catch basins. Where's Mr. Cahill? Did I introduce him?
Right, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, did you? Callie. I don't know why
I've been
I'm...
called so much worse today, Mr. Chairman. That's fine. I like my kids.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
That's right.
Okay.
Certainly acceptable, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and that is...
in that area of the milling,
there's
milling area?
Chris said that there's 3 catch basins in there. They said they'll check it out.
Based on their survey.
And if they're collapsed, broken, whatever, you'll have them flushed out and repaired. Is that right? Okay. Okay. Also, we talked about the buffer as...
Right. I was going to say something along the lines of sufficient buffering to minimize or eliminate the outdoor storage to residents.
Or change the species.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, how they do it, I don't care, but
I can tell you that on my property, I have Leland cypress.
Yeah.
And they, depending upon how you prune the top, you could get them up to 50 feet, and they're full at the bottom, you can't see through them.
well, if you think about the property, the evergreens that front what is now like the main office building, they've trimmed the bottom, but at one time, right, you couldn't see at all into the complex. So there's a way to do it. Obviously, now you've trimmed that all and you can actually see the parking lot and so on. So, I think you guys know what can be done.
What can be done? So we're concerned about our neighbors, right? So we would like that to be a big consideration. What else? Did we leave anything out? You're not going to tell me if I did.
I would certainly tell you, Mr. Chairman, you can have Mr. Rago, a pretty straight shooter. No, I'll take a look at my notes. I think you captured everything. The last one I had was the inlets. Before that was the buffering enhancement.
Okay. No chemicals in terms of cleaning.
We've got that one, yep.
30-foot high limit.
So the last thing is, and we didn't exhaust this, but I'm very concerned about those trucks early in the morning. Those neighbors are right there, and I'm going to ask, please, don't get those...
Hours of operation.
Yeah.
Will be important.
Don't get those engines humming at 6 o'clock in the morning, disturbing these neighbors getting up. I understand that they're diesel engines, and sometimes you got to get them running, right? So that's what we're going to look at. Now, with those conditions...
All right.
Not a problem, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem?
No, not a problem at all.
Okay. So with those conditions set forth, do you want to repeat them again?
I don't.
I don't think we need to, okay? I would like to have someone make a motion to approve this application.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion is made by Mr. Morrow, seconded by Mr. Scuderi. Roll call, please.
Mr. Paterno?
Yes.
Mr. Morrow?
Yes.
Mr. David?
Yes.
Mr. Clementi?
Yes.
Mr. Mazzio?
Yes.
Mr. Ladowdy?
Yes.
Mr. Coelho?
Yes.
Mr. Scuderi?
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Jacobs, and Mr. Demonte.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you all, and welcome to Kenmore. Let's move along. We're gonna move this as quickly as we can. Any old business? Kathy? I'll call you. I'm sorry. We're trying to get out of here. We're trying to get out of here. Yeah. No old business? Any comments for the good of the bird?
No.
Okay, at this point,
I open the meeting to the public, or make a motion to open the meeting to the public.
made by him, all in favor? Aye. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Seeing
Seeing
none.
no one, I make a motion to close the public portion.
Close by Mr. By Mr. Mazzio, all in favor?
Aye. I make a motion to adjourn.
Mr. David?